President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. Person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the show. I'm David Sponheim, and today is Waste Reduction Wednesday. Welcome. I want to remember the presidents we've had, so I'm wearing my presidential tie, which shows you all these wonderful, some not so wonderful men who have tried to help our country. And now we've got a couple of women wanting to be our president. Very unusual time. People are wondering, if women are stable enough to be our president. Menopause could be pretty tough. I've seen women break down and act insane during menopausal periods, so I don't know. But hey, I welcome the idea someday. I would love to see someone as level-headed as Sarah. She's a wonderful person who could be president. Yeah. I certainly want that to happen. I think we had our first black president. We certainly need our first woman president. We've already had our first gay president, too. Barack Obama is gay. Many of you didn't know that. I'm just stating the obvious. I mean, numerous people claim that they've had sex with him, so what can I say? I guess he's bisexual, right? Let's talk about this terrible tragedy right now of our president not playing by the rules. He's now threatening John Bolton. That's right. He won't allow John Bolton to release a book, or at least he wants it redacted. That's very suspicious. Yeah. It's like he was committing obstruction of justice now, Trump is, by preventing John Bolton from getting his word out. Well, John Bolton has every right in the world to speak out on these issues. Trump's saying it's all national security. Not really. It's in our best interest, national interest, to know if Donald Trump was doing a quid pro quo deal, which according to Bolton he was, that he would not release the funds to Ukraine unless they had dirt on the Democrats. That's not the charge or the statement that the Republicans are saying, that Donald Trump wanted to stop corruption. So now the Republicans are pitching this little news piece. Donald Trump saying game over in his typically defiant and cavalier manner, simply by posting an interview that John Bolton had regarding one of the objectives of the administration, and that is to end Ukrainian corruption. Donald Trump had another ulterior motive, which Bolton said later was really about getting dirt on the Democrats in exchange for the money, a quid pro quo. So believe it or not, Donald, people can do two things. They can talk about a bigger picture and then hone in on something smaller, or in this case, bigger, like willful attempts to get dirt on your opponent with U.S. funds for a country that's fighting a war against Russia. It doesn't. You people can't just throw this interview out like it's some big realization that John Bolton was doing something other than what he's now saying. John Bolton has every right to testify, and he should testify. If in fact he has to redact the book, so be it. But he should testify if he does have to redact the book based on executive privilege. Let's listen to John Bolton's original concerns that Trump says in some way exonerates him.
His success in the parliamentary election, they were very warm and cordial calls. We'll be meeting President Zelensky. He and President Trump have already spoken twice. President called to congratulate President Zelensky on his election and then on his success in the parliamentary election. They were very warm and cordial calls. We're hoping that they'll be able to meet in Warsaw and have a few minutes together because the success of Ukraine, maintaining its freedom, its system of representative government, a free market economy free of corruption, and dealing with the problems of the Donbass and the Crimea are high priorities here, obviously, but high priorities for the United States as well. We'll be meeting President Zelensky.
He didn't say anything that would exonerate Donald Trump from rigging a deal. He was just talking about random things and general things that they were looking into at the time. But now that we know that John Bolton wants to testify and he wants to get the message out, we need to let him speak out. You can't suppress a man's freedom of speech claiming it's national security. We have to shut him up. That's obstruction of justice. And today there was a huge outcry by the Republicans about this whole process, so much so that they completely shuttered the entire images coming out of the debate that they're having, and they gave us simple drawings. So I wrote this in my tweet. I said, talk about lack of transparency. The impeachment trial has gone dark. We are now supposed to look at sketches of the senators. No witnesses, question mark. No video of key debates, question mark. Where is the justice, question mark. This is the beginning to look like a sham trial, I wrote. Yeah. So it's very strange that now we're resorting to hand drawings of a cartoonist. This is the least transparent president we've ever had, and he claims to be the most transparent. Then I wrote this: Dershowitz is wrong. Trump's quid pro quo Joe info is not in the public interest. It just isn't. Dershowitz was claiming that it's in the public, we have to serve the public interest, and if we're serving the public interest and they were looking into corruption, sure. But they were looking into more than corruption. They were trying to get dirt on Joe and the Democrats. Nor is it in the public interest to deny $391 million in foreign aid to Ukraine at a critical time. So by his own standards, Trump should be removed from office. And Dershowitz made this claim that there has to be proof that this is definitely for his personal gain. Yeah, it is. It was for his personal gain. It was not for the public interest. So Dershowitz, you're wrong. Go back to Epstein's St. James Island.
The only thing that would make a quid pro quo unlawful is if the quo were in some way illegal. Now, we talked about motive. There are three possible motives that a political figure can have. One, a motive in the public interest, and the Israel argument would be in the public interest. The second is in his own political interest, and the third, which hasn't been mentioned, would be in his own financial interest, his own pure financial interest.
I would like to go into that too. I heard that Giuliani was over there for financial purposes. That was the original take of the entire Ukrainian situation. So yeah, in a way, Dershowitz right. If this is for his personal financial interests, yeah, let's look into that. But we can't do it without witnesses. Now, if the Republicans want to stonewall and prevent witnesses from getting to the trial, they expect to get reelected in 2020? I don't think so. They're going to lose the Senate. The American people already have the numbers to beat Donald Trump. The people who are voting Democrat or Independent, if they all voted in one direction, they would definitely beat Donald Trump. Remember, Donald Trump lost to Hillary Clinton by 3 million votes, but won in the Electoral College counts. It's very easy to see various states right now, they're losing their agriculture because Donald Trump's stupid trade war with China could easily vote in another direction. I'm just saying, you Republicans think you got this in a bag. You'll lose down the road, and our country loses because you're not willing to make a decision that Donald Trump did anything bad. Okay, we had a lot of interesting things about the Kobe situation. Kobe Bryant's story is very compelling. Vanessa Bryant says, words cannot describe, enough words to describe our pain right now. Helicopter carrying Kobe Bryant and his 13-year-old daughter and 7 others lacked several recommended features, and it was just 20 to 30 feet from clearing a hilltop. She breaks social media silence with a photo of Kobe and his daughter, Gianna. All right, we have video, too, of what appears to be the crash site, and there's some big questions about the crash site. There he is, Kobe, with his daughter. Wow. And we're inclined to believe that this is, legitimate and he crashed, but yeah, this is a long video.
It's rare when you see a professional male athlete who passes away where a lot of the conversation was on their commitment to women and girls.
Okay, well, let's not, belabor the point that he was accused of rape and it settled out of court. Suffice to say, he must have settled because he couldn't prove that that was consensual. So, hey, welcome. Yeah, another brother's here. We've got some very sad news about the coronavirus, which is still spreading rapidly, and some people claim it will grow to 300,000 infected Chinese within a short period of time. I'll get to that story in just a bit. But we did play a video by a 153 News guy who does a lot of uploads of alternative views of what happened at the crash. Joko Flyer has a video where he describes the plane as being, the back of the plane and the fuselage as being this color. And this was the original type plane that crashed. But the problem with the whole story is Kobe had the entire plane customized to have the Nike Swish logo on it. This plane was originally in active duty in Illinois for a governor at one point, and then, or when I say plane, I mean helicopter. This helicopter was then sold to Kobe, and he repainted the whole thing. And Joko Flyer brought this whole thing up and talked about it in this video. Let me play a little of it.
I wanted to make a point into the mystique of this Kobe Bryant death, because it all goes around the helicopter.
Appears to show the chopper minutes before the crash as it circled, awaiting air traffic clearance to fly north towards Kobe Bryant's training academy.
Well, there it is. The issue becomes that the crash was with this helicopter here. And that's because the crash footage shows the exact part of the helicopter in the exact painting scheme.
Right.
So speaking of the paint schemes, it is very interesting that as white as this helicopter is, especially from the bottom, from what I just showed you from the news, there isn't one speck of white in both of these shots. So what's interesting then, this one certainly has a darker brown bottom that would fit that image from the news, supposedly, allegedly, helicopter, the one that Kobe's standing in front of.
All right, so the crash site shows the blue and white fuselage. Yeah, that's suspicious. Yeah. Oh, I know. I freestyling, rapping songs about Trump, dog. I don't do a lot of rap, man. In case you didn't notice, I was white when I was born. And although I did try to do a little blackface to make, at least understand the mindset of a black person, I am not black. So, unfortunately, white men can't rap and white men can't jump. So, you know that, right? Because if I try to rap, it sounds like, dated rap, like go hip hop to hippity to hippity hip hip to hop. You don't stop rocking till the band stops playing. Sing up, chuck the boogie to the band to the boogie to beat. We go hee bop, roo bop, Scooby Doo. Guess what, America? I love you. But I don't rap, so that was a Sugar Hill Gang. I can do that. You're black and Hispanic. Well, that's cool, man. But white people can't jump. We're not allowed to. I haven't jumped since the movie came out telling me I can't jump, so I also haven't rapped since 1975, as you can see. All right, so what was the crash site? Was there a crash? Was that footage that was just released of another plane, and why did it not match Kobe's? So, big questions circling around the Kobe crash. Logic tells you they can't fake the death of 8 people and Kobe. 9 people. They can't fake that. They'd have to get witness protection for everybody, and it would be way too expensive and hard to understand. There's also a question of whether his helicopter was taken out purposely, that it was malicious, that it not just tragically this plane didn't have the proper equipment. The guy who was flying it had 8,000 hours of airtime. The helicopter itself probably was I heard rumor that the pilot said it was too foggy to go into that area, and Kobe just said, no, I'm going there. And he only went 13 miles across town. He didn't want to get in traffic in LA because he didn't like to travel with everyone else. Yeah, and it's nice how they crashed next to a walking path too, so it's easy to get to and from the plane, or at least the fuselage of some plane, because it wasn't his plane. It was his plane before he painted it. That's the thing. That was exactly the plane before it was painted. Hey, Insane Canadian, thank you for coming on. We've got a bad situation on our hands, folks. I put off the coronavirus for a while because I know a lot of you didn't want to get depressed, but Insane Canadian told me tonight that she's feeling symptoms and she's in Toronto. Now, it makes me wonder if you may just have a regular cold. Yeah, it's a little early to start feeling symptoms, but 1 to 14 days is the cycle. And our government just allowed 195 people in the United States that don't show any symptoms, but this coronavirus, symptoms can take up to 14 days to manifest, and you can be contagious. So these people that Donald Trump just invited into America could be contagious right now. And he just willfully allowed him in because the CDC said that everything's fine. Well, actually, no, it's not. Everything isn't fine. Trump is allowing people from Wuhan to integrate into the general U.S. population, even though they may have the coronavirus outbreak, without showing symptoms. Yeah, no illness has been seen in the evacuated U.S. passengers from Wuhan, according to the CDC. Well, that's of course. They don't show any symptoms for up to 14 days. So the CDC doesn't even understand the protocols here. It's beyond belief. Anyway, suffice to say, I have plenty of footage of weird things going on in China tonight. Yeah. And the story of upwards of 300,000 Chinese will contract the coronavirus in the next 10 days, according to one researcher. So I certainly hope Insane Canadian doesn't have this disease. But she says her grandmother is from Wuhan and kissed me last night. Now I'm near death. Oh my God. Whew. So your grandmother visited you from Wuhan, kissed you, and now you feel like you're near death. I'm so sorry. Well, your chances of survival, is your grandma alive? That's my curiosity. Is your grandma okay? Cases recorded in Taiwan, Germany, Vietnam, and Japan involved patients who had not been into China. There have been no reported deaths outside China yet. So your mom is alive? She's okay? But she's in quarantine. Okay. Well, okay, you got an 8.5 out of 10 chance of surviving. Your grandmother has a little less of that chance because she's an older person. And you're young and you seem very vibrant. Just from your picture alone, you seem like you'll be able to survive this. Toronto, according to Insane Canadian, Toronto is in the midst of a pandemic. And she's there, living there, and I take her word for it. And there's no cause for her to lie. She is a female. Yeah, I've been incorrect about Insane Canadian over the years, and she corrected me 3 times already that she's a female. And on the 3rd time, it finally stuck. Yeah, I have so many things going on in my life, just from the show alone, processing info, that it didn't really lock until today, and now it's like an indelible in my mind. There are 1.4 billion Chinese, yes, and 50 million Chinese overseas. We don't know. We just know that Trump just invited 95 people in the U.S. that don't have any symptoms but were exposed to Wuhan. Now we're hearing it from somebody very much involved because her grandmother is in quarantine right now. Yeah, and now she believes she got it from kissing her grandmother last night. Okay, well, the important thing is you need to remember, stay hydrated. Don't expend a lot of energy. Stay near a bathroom. You don't want to walk a long distance to a bathroom. You don't want to expend a lot of energy. You want to rest. Keep your mind off of what's really happening and watch TV or something. Divert your attention a little bit so you don't dwell on your problems, because that can increase your heart rate. I recommend eating garlic raw, ginger raw. Chew on it. Ginger will help calm your stomach down. It has that wonderful quality, and it'll boost your immune system along with the garlic. What the garlic does is it takes your immune system, it gives it a little break because it stops other bacteria from attacking you. And it may help with the advancement of the pneumonia section of this. The important thing is stay fluid protects your liver. And some of the things that I eat for liver health would be cooked carrots or carrot juice. Peaches are good for your liver. But that's the component of this disease that makes it very doubly or triply difficult. It attacks you in 3 different ways: respiratory, gastrointestinal, and liver. And that's including the liver. Wow. Yeah, it's pretty heavy stuff. Dave, let's talk about stuff. I just got back from China and I feel sick. Well, apparently a lot of people are in this battle now to survive. And you've got an 85% chance of survival. That's very good. According to the statistics, you're 85% chance of surviving this, getting past it. But you got to stay out of the night air. You cannot expose yourself to the night air, especially with any type of a cold or pneumonia. It's horrible to break a sweat and go outside. That's really bad for you. Yeah, staying healthy is all a big part of it, but we all enter this world with certain choices we make about eating. These people are locking up putting a bar over a door. Huh. Okay, let's see what this says. I think that was, they're mounting a bar over a door. Let me just take a look. People from all over China treat people who come back from Wuhan in this way. My friends and I said that these people were pitiful, and he said that there was nothing they could do. These people didn't realize it. So they put the bar over their doors. They can't get out of their house. Wow. People live in stack and pack houses over there, so apparently barring up houses is what they do. Beets are good for liver. There you go. Red beets. Me off, Jack. Thank you. Well, I think a lot of people are processing this as either it's really happening or it's not. Yeah. And you know the nice thing about believing everything's a hoax? Ignorance is bliss. Like Voltaire said in the book Candide, ignorance is bliss. So the less you know, the less you think is going on. I mean, hey, you could live in denial and believe that everything's a hoax, and it's a pretty happy place. I know, Little Caesars now delivers. We don't need to deliver Little Caesars, though. Our mouth is attached to their front door. We like their pizza deal too much to not have it. I told Sarah, I don't care what kind of wheat they put in it. I got to have a $4.99 pizza. You know, you can't pass on the simple pleasures in life, and pizza's one of them. I had to admit to Sarah this year that I am a food addict when it comes to pizza. I have to really control myself because I love it too. You shall now be back and enter the next world with the soothing voice of David John Spahn. I'm talking me to the afterlife. Goodbye. Insane Canadian, we hope to see you tomorrow. I have got a good feeling you're going to make it. Yeah. I'm praying for you. And everyone else who believes in God, or maybe you atheists can pray for her just by sending out positive vibes. Okay? Oh, I know. Pizza will make you gain weight. I only eat pizza when Little Caesars. I only eat pizza when I have to. Yeah. It's a requirement to eat pizza, in my opinion. Yeah, I have to eat pizza. Well, if you don't go through the process of testing your wheat addiction, what's the point of having an addiction, right? I limit myself. I gave up a lot of vices in my life, like ice cream and, well, peanut butter. Once I open a jar, it's pretty much gone in 2 days. I will admit that. But there is power in prayer, yeah. A lot of good vibes going for Insane Canadian right now. I never smoked crack. Unlike Barack Obama and Elon Musk, I've never tried crack. I won't either. I won't do drugs. I have vaped some THC, though. I don't consider that a drug. That's just wonderful marijuana. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how I can put it in this liquid and spray it on myself. Then I could spray myself with THC. But THC is not addictive like crack. Dope is heroin. It's not marijuana. So anyone who says marijuana is dope is ridiculous. Okay, somebody suggested that Bill Gates wants population control. And I said, well, is he committing genocide now to achieve it? Because he prophesized 33 to 65 million people will die from the exact type of flu that's happening right now. And he's the patent holder on the flu virus. So exactly what's going on with the guy, Bill Gates, who spent many trips to Jeffrey Epstein's Orgy Island. That's pretty suspicious when you see a guy who's been to Orgy Island so many times and won't even talk about it. And now he talks about how he wants to help the world by creating vaccines for the most horrible bioweapons on Earth. Well, you got to make the bioweapons in order to create the vaccine for it. So therein lies the problem. Why are they making bioweapons that they have to make vaccines for? Makes no sense. You got 2 print screens for me? Oh no, Rex, we're not hassling people here. Yeah. Can you just get along? Stephen Hawking died. But yeah, Stephen Hawking and Bill Gates went to... Oh yeah. They went to Orgy Island. I know. I think I have this alphabetically set up. You know, China's already prepared. They have deathmobiles. So these deathmobiles can pick up the bodies of these people and, you know, take them to the morgue. The problem is China not only doesn't care about bioweapons and growing in major cities, but China has these deathmobiles where they harvest people's organs. Isn't that special? And Donald Trump didn't bother even saying anything about that during the recent trade talks. Oh, they're going on very well. We're going along very well. Nothing was accomplished. Absolutely nothing. Yep, he put together a trade talk and came up with no solutions for ending tariffs, but yet he said it was a very good trade agreement. We have a treaty. Nothing has been accomplished. They're going to buy some oil from us. Big deal. Yeah, so let's take a look at Bill Gates, the man, the myth, the eugenicist, and wonder, is this person genocidal? Yeah, we're just asking the big questions now, you know, because I don't think the country's really asking big questions about Bill Gates. He won't talk about his time at Jeffrey Epstein. He's remained close-lipped about it. He's involved in this coronavirus through various means and scenarios that play out with the same type of fate that we're seeing right now. He has billions of dollars, but he doesn't seem to have a good skin specialist who can deal with the dermal abrasion that is needed to make his face look better. And Windows sucks. And they've profited off the government buying contracts for years. The U.S. government propped Bill Gates up. Now he's doing a big, huge vaccination study on bioweapons, and then in the process creates a vaccine not even available yet. And then they claim in the scenario that the vaccine they're going to deliver won't actually work. This is the scenario he's prophesizing. Well, it's coming true. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. So yeah, the deathmobiles are ready to go, and they're picking people up right now. 300,000 will be infected in China, according to an expert, in the next 10 days. This isn't a possible pandemic, and we definitely should be looking at shutting down all people traveling into the United States. What does Donald Trump do? He brought 195 people in through Toronto today that were in the city of Wuhan. And according to the CDC, they don't have any symptoms, but the fact is this disease could take up to 14 days to develop symptoms. Yet we're bringing them in right now and not even putting them in a 14-day quarantine. I could see bringing them in and forcing them to quarantine for 14 days. Stick them in motels with, Motel 6, pay their quarantine fee, whatever. But no, he just brought them in and said, oh yeah, go back to your houses, feel free. Meanwhile, they could be, according to the etiology of the disease, contagious. Chinese people are falling dead from the coronavirus. People are being transported in boxes. Let's take a look at some pictures from last night. Wow. Here's disturbing pictures of people dropping like flies. This was viral yesterday. All right, so that was pretty scary stuff. People dropping like flies. Yeah, this is not a wig. This is my real hair. All right, we will now go to... Yeah, we have more pictures that the government doesn't want you to see a little bit later. We'll pretty much let Sarah just talk about the news. I'm going to let the page fill up here, and you guys can take a look at it with her. Whoops, sorry. All right. Okay, I'll be back shortly. Thank you. I'll put the camera ahead of the news so you can just stand in front of it if you want. And I'll move the camera for you.
Okay, thank you. Did you want me to open up YouTube or does it matter?
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Okay,
We're good.
thank you. I'm glad you like the way I look tonight.
Yeah.
And yeah. I'll just click this one. Yeah, I hope you guys are all doing well. Life continues as normal. People go to school, people go to work, everything is fine. No need to panic. Life is life. Just enjoy your life, work in the garden, do what you do what you love to do. That's what I would encourage you all to do. You know, yes, I'm sure there is bad things in the world, but you do your best to prevent them. But you know, that's one of the reasons I don't really like listening to the news, is because it just tends to like be all this negative information flooding my mind. It was kind of interesting. I had joined a Facebook group, and I'm actually thinking, oh, maybe I should leave this particular Facebook group because it's all like just negative people posting negative comments, and I'm like, I don't need the negativity. I need more positivity in my life. And I woke up, but today's been kind of a weird day. I woke up, I wasn't feeling very positive when I woke up this morning. I'll say that. I just yeah, I wasn't happy. I don't know, but I really enjoy what I do in my life. So I went about my life and I enjoyed what I did and did what I could do and enjoyed it and moved forward. That's it. Well, you know, yeah, we all have those days, I guess, yeah. Somebody said it just seemed like the whole everything was like that. I don't know. Last week too, like I wasn't the only one feeling that way. But I do recommend that The Life-Changing Magic of Tidying Up by Marie Kondo. And one of the reasons I recommend it is like what Pirate says, family gets angry having to bury you. Something about, you know, I do think like Hey, I should only keep things that I love rather and get rid of the rest, because the rest is, if I don't like something, anyway, holding on to something I don't like is not good. And the other thing is, if I do pass away, someone's going to have to clean up the mess I leave behind. And why don't I leave only behind things that I really love and cherish? That's a good idea to have a good life insurance policy too. It's funny, I've been wearing this, I used to have this lanyard that I wore around my neck, and I put like little buttons on it because I saw somebody else put buttons on theirs. And then I switched from a lanyard to a belt pack, and I got this like janitor key ring thing because that's where I was wearing a lanyard to carry around these keys. And and so I put my little buttons on my belt pack, but they've been falling off, and I'm like, maybe that's the one I don't want. So I think I'm gonna throw a couple of the little pins away. No, I wasn't poking the janitor. I just was saying I went and actually bought a thing that I can put on my belt pack. You know, those things that you, like a key extender, I think they call them, where the chain comes out of this thing and it extends out so that I can pull it out of my belt and then open my door. Yeah, I actually got myself that for Christmas. It's like, this is what I want for Christmas. The powers that be want to impede one to have that. What I recited was taking the blue pill, just going along with everything. Is that what taking the blue pill, is that what you're referring to? Is the red pill the one that goes down the rabbit hole? I tend to take the blue pill, I guess. I've always told David, I said, you know, David, you can prepare for the worst case scenario on earth, and I will prepare for the status quo. I'll go to work, I'll go to college, I'll get a job, I'll go to work, I'll take care of the bills, I'll pay my taxes, and, I'll just continue living life. So that way we both have both bases covered. He can, and what's more likely to happen? The status quo. Conform, consume. One thing I don't like though is consuming. That's another thing I liked about that magic of tidying up. It's really made me rethink when I buy things. Like, do I really want this? Do I really love it? Is it going to be good for me? So. And I love this house, Bengalitis. But who knows? Maybe David will live longer than I will. I don't know. Who knows what the future holds? But I do love this house. I do love my job. Well, fortunately, that's what wills are for, right, Bengalitis? I don't know if wills have to be updated so often, though. Hello, Howie. Pirate says the future holds a casket. Well, actually, I have thought about... I had a lot of death that happened in my life this past year. I've had really high highs this last year and really low lows this last year. And that's it. I will arrange a spot for the worms to eat me. That's my plan. I want to be vermicomposted. Even though it will still take years to do. I like the whole idea of human composting being possible. But ironically, worms only live within the top 6 inches of soil, so underneath, they always bury people 6 feet deep so the vermin don't get to them. And anyway, you like macaroni and cheese? I bought a pizza today, but I'm trying to just eat only one slice, and I am trying to be more conscious of my be more conscious of my weight. Yeah. Be on kind of a diet, I guess. I feel okay. I just can slowly feel myself like I got into junk food kind of over the holidays or something like that. Little Caesars, Howie in town. I like Little Caesars. Just eat pizza once a week all day just to enjoy it. I'll eat one slice once a week. Maybe twice a week. But an eighth of a pizza, yeah. 1/8. Oh, you want a full C funeral? That would work, Pirate. You just lost weight, you feel better, you don't get tired. That's really good. No, Bengalitis, they don't deliver in our area that I know of. I'm sure they deliver in some areas, but not in our area. Oh. Thanks, Rex. I tend to agree with you. Because I just, I try to take good care of myself. I suppose I can always do better. Now you're going to show that to David with the corn syrup and the corn solids, and he'll be like, that'll be that with that. Corn syrup and high fructose corn syrup. Anyway. Yikes. Oh. I am tired. I don't know if it's because it's Wednesday and I've been working during the week. I was definitely tired yesterday, but I just took a bath, and I probably should put some exercise into my life. You say go to the gym or something. Maybe I should just walk around the track at school. I used to do that, but I haven't. Well, someone 18 doesn't need to be adopted. They need to just grow up. Take care of themselves. Take responsibility for their own actions. David and I did used to go for walks. We used to walk on the beach, and now David says it's like hard on his ankles and hard on his feet, and I would agree with that, but yeah, I wouldn't think Ticken's being hostile. I think he's just encouraging me to be healthy. pirate. That's quite scary. I agree, Metanemesis. Drugs are bad. Yeah. David is a busy person. And I'm busy too. I've found many things to occupy my time. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Oh, I can't do that. Well, I could do some of that. Yeah. I am busy. I think I need to just sleep more. I think that would be really good. Sleep is good. It's just a way to restore your body. I don't know, Ricky. I guess some people that are really old need less sleep, but I think that's just, maybe it's a sign I'm still young. But it's like I have this clock because I get up every morning at the same time to go to school. And on the weekends I get up, even though I don't set my alarm, I get up at that same time on the weekends. Yeah, biological clock, yeah. I've never heard of time traveling drugs. Yeah, I need to replenish my mind. You say sleep is time traveling. That's true. I always go back in the past. Well, there's like, you know, the state between when you're asleep and you're awake, you're kind of in that foggy place. I definitely travel to the past when I'm in that foggy place.
You want to use this little towel with rubbing alcohol to wipe anything off and use the mouse?
Oh, okay.
It's up to you. Use that left mouse over there. Over there. Over there. Yeah. I'll be right there. Get your dinner.
Okay. David's making me dinner. I don't know if I want dinner. I just want to sleep. But I'll have to come in and out an hour, so. Yesterday I was like, oh right. I went in the other room and I drew a bath. Then I realized, oh, I'm supposed to go back on the show. I told David, oops, I accidentally drew a bath for myself. And he's like, oh, just enjoy it. So I only came on the show that once yesterday. Well, it was kind of a long day, so. Well, yes, it was originally annoying for me, Bangalitis, when that first was a realization. But now I've gotten used to sleeping on my back. One thing I do that I really like is I have this eye covering, eye patch, I guess. I don't know. It's for sleeping, usually like for sleeping in a car, but I use it all the time. The one I use now I got from the dollar store and it was fine. The elastic stretched, but not the other ones that stretch too much. Well, except it's a 2 eyes. It's like one of those eye covers. So not like an eye patch, but an eye. It's like, I don't know what they call it, but it covers both your eyes when you're sleeping. Yeah, oh, you thought I covered just one eye? Yeah, that would be a little weird, but I'm trying to clean my keyboard right now. Really kind of needs it. Oh, you wear it when you go to sleep and it comes off your head? If it does come off my head, I don't really notice it. I mean, I'm sure maybe it does sometime at night, but I don't really care because the point of it is to help me go to sleep. Not necessarily to, anyway. You sleep with headphones on? I know David does that. He goes to sleep with headphones on, and I don't. And then at night, somehow he pushes them off or something. I don't do that. Sometimes I listen to some soft music, but on like a radio. But other than that, yeah, David is unique. Other than that, I can't. I don't know about sleeping with headphones on. I've done it once or twice, but ironically, I find it best to turn off all electronics in the room. Last night, I think that's one of the reasons I'm a little sleepy, is because last night I was listening to an audiobook. It's a very sad audiobook. I think that's why I woke up so sad. It was a story. It was a sad story. It had good character development. I really liked it. It had a lot of similes in it. Or metaphors. Really good figurative language. Yes and no, Bangalitis. I mean, David said at one time, she's so soft, I'd love to have her stuffed. And I thought he was serious, and now he says he's not serious. And anyway, he has ashes of former pets that he had before I met him. So, not really, no. We haven't had a serious conversation about what we'll do with Amber. I guess the time will come and we'll have to deal with that. Oh my gosh, if that's true, I hope that doesn't happen to you, Ticken, anymore, and I'm sorry that it did if it's true. You think Amber has to be cloned? She's the unique cat. I don't know if cloning her would be appropriate. Maybe he's, feels comfortable sharing information with us, Bangalitis. Maybe you're just sensitive. It seems like anytime Ticken says something, I don't know, that you're like on his case. But yeah, I mean, I hope, like I said, I hope it's not real. I don't know where that comment came from unless it was real. Maybe that's why. He appreciates David. David's trying to expose that kind of crap. Then that is rude, Ticken. Why would you say something so horrendous if it wasn't real? Bingolitis does have a point there. I know, I'm very forgiving. I don't know if that's a good thing, I guess. Yeah, but like something so... Never mind. Did you do that just to get a rise out of people? And where's your mind at? Why would you even think of something like that? Whatever. I don't know a lot of how people think. I'm not cleaning my shoes, I'm cleaning David's keyboard. He gave me some kind of alcohol wipe and he said, here, you can use the mouse. And then I looked at how dusty it is in between his keys. So I'm cleaning it. It didn't take anything. You just said it. Yeah, certain people have those weird thoughts like that go through their head, and I don't understand people like that. Ticken, like what you just said. I'm like, how can someone think something like that? But obviously they do. No, just a keyboard. I don't get it. I don't get how people think like that. How people think, I guess. What do you mean it's not? I mean, it popped into your head. Anyway, whatever. People with clinical OCD have inappropriate thoughts that pop into their head. The things they least want to think about will intrude on their mind. Wow. I'm glad I don't have clinical OCD while I clinically clean this screen. Oops.
Okay. You
Right.
can take that hanky with you. I'm going to go ahead and take my wet one, and I'm on my way. Hey, thank you very much for helping out here. Your dinner's ready, and you can take the rest of the night off if you want. You're very kind to come in and give me a break.
I feel fine.
Good. Well, the important thing is to build your immune system, people. So last night I had some garlic and ginger, and I probably stunk up the entire room, but it makes me feel better. I slept great. I had a great sleep. So something about, killing the bacteria in your body while you're sleeping makes you sleep better, It's like Yeah, you feel rested. We're all worried about it. Yeah, aren't you? Yeah, I think everybody in the country is worried about everything.
I'm not going to worry about anything. I'm just going to live my life, and if something happens to me, whatever.
Well, that's cool. See that attitude? That's a good attitude. She's just going to live her life no matter what. Just not going to worry. Right on. I like that. I'll do the same. So we can all just live in the moment. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Yeah, help yourself to anything you want there on the stove, Sarah. You know, it's there's a piece of hot pizza, nice right out of the oven, and then there's some great veggies and some breast meat. Italian squash, zucchini, and great peas. And you're worried about McDonald's closing because of the unforeseen stock market crash? Yeah, who would have ever guessed? The Dow Jones is doing very well at 11 points right now. Up. 11 point. It's very, very neutral market. No activity really. People like Anderson Cooper, you know, their investments probably, they always make money. Now that his mother has passed away, the Vanderbilt, Gloria Vanderbilt, his life is, he has what, $500 million now, so he can invest it anywhere he wants. It's not 130 people, no, the numbers are a little higher than that, but nothing to worry about. Let's take a look at today's numbers. Oh, 7,783 known infected, and up to 170 deaths. It was 131 yesterday. So 40 more people died. Yeah, and you know how many people died of lung cancer in the same time period? I don't, but what has high fructose corn syrup, Howie? Are you taking about pizza crust? No, that's seriously? I don't believe that.
Little Caesar's sauce or something.
A little what?
Do you think Little Caesar's sauce, maybe? I don't know.
Oh, I wouldn't worry about all those little details. It all comes out in the wash, Howie. You know that. Yeah. No, I'm not, Howie. No, everything I balance out in my life is completely. I don't go out of my way to get organic baking potatoes because they're not even available. There's no organic baking potatoes, but I can get non-GMO potatoes. The only bag that I can buy now is baking potatoes. Yeah, all my non-GMO potatoes are gone. So you don't know if they're putting genetically modified potatoes out there. So that's the most important thing, avoiding that. But the minuscule amount of corn syrup we're eating, we're talking about a 30-year lifespan of nonstop corn syrup every day in your drinks, in your juices. Yeah, that's very bad for you. But just a little bit here and there, that's nothing. I preach tolerance when it comes to this. Very, very much a tolerant. I used to be just all pro. I used to be pro organic only, and I was even vegetarian for a while, for 5 years. And I decided to back off of that. I know my consistency in the show gives you some sense of confidence that I'll be consistent in the office. No golf trips, no gallivanting around the globe for BS luncheons and meaningless meetings. I'd be overwhelmed with things to do. Every day I'd put in an 18-hour day and then collapse in the back room of the White House and put my headphones on, listen to the news, and go to bed. Right, I'd be better because I'm a real person, exactly. And that's been the point all along. There hasn't really been an average American person who ran for president. Even Jimmy Carter was a wealthy landowner. I definitely had a large peanut farm. And many people had envied my peanut farm. They suffered from peanut envy. But I definitely think it's racism. And the election was illegal. Howie, I'm going to block you out for a while because everything you ask is irrelevant to the show. You're steering me away from important chat. Dead baby fetus says, I've been eating MREs for the past 3 days and I feel sick. Yeah, I hear you. Would you impersonate Trump being a great president? No, I'm not able to actually have the intellectual ability to impersonate a man who's a real stable genius. If I had more stability and more genius in that student kind of way, then I'd be more of a student at Wharton. I know words. I know words like no other. Hey, how about those deathmobiles? You know, they are available for a lot of those folks who are dying right now in China. And the thing is, they're not going to be able to harvest their organs because they're contaminated. So now organ transplants can't be trusted from China. Oh well, there goes their multi-billion-dollar industry of harvesting organs out of nice Falun Gong members. Yeah, I guess China won't make any. China won't make any money on the organs now. Whoa, organs from Wuhan. Oh, no good. So all of their shipping, China will be. This, they say, this will be the biggest test of Xi Jinping's reign of power. Having been given dictator for life privileges, he now has to actually decide how he's going to handle this problem while explaining to the Chinese people how it became a problem. The menu tomorrow is going to be Mongolian beef, broccoli, rice, stir fry. Mongolian beef broccoli, my favorite. Yeah, I use those little spritz of soy sauce, organic soy sauce, non-GMO soy sauce. So the organ stock is good. It could could go up actually, because China's been a big provider of organs ever since they started harvesting organs from all the innocent Falun Gong people over the past 10 years. And Trump never said anything like this. Human rights issues, Hong Kong, nothing. Mike Pompeo, who is his, of course, Secretary of State and a known liar, a self-admitted liar, Mike Pompeo has advanced nothing. North Korea, we've made no progress. China's human rights, zero progress. You're into the Corona beer right now? You're drinking Corona beer to offset the coronavirus. Very smart. Maybe it's a numerical thing. Name matches. Would you recommend a troll account for Vaughn or just keep one account live? Why? Why would I need a troll account? If Vaughn cut me, I'd just go to another network. People would glob onto iVlog or they'd go over to Periscope or Twitch. We even have Twitch rolling. But people over at Twitch are very quiet. They're most of them are watching the show going, twitching from watching too many really good video games. But now the video game's real. It's a real pandemic. And the Umbrella Corporation, can you say umbrella? It's completely covering there like a little umbrella. Say that. That's the Umbrella Corporation. It was located in Wuhan. And it's the same name that they used in the Resident Evil game for the company that makes the monsters. So we have a monster company that makes monster viruses that is taking over the world, or appears to. Now this could be like SARS, and we're hoping it is. There'll be a period of time where it'll blossom and then slowly die down when more and more people are treated and isolated. The problem is, did they get this isolated soon enough? Did they stop it before the cat got out of the bag? Your kid loves broccoli, pickled beans? That's cool. That's a very good sign that your kid loves broccoli, because if they eat broccoli their whole life, they'll be very healthy. I would eat steamed broccoli if I had the flu. Remember, you can eat through a flu. The old adage, feed the flu, starve the fever. Feed a cold, starve a fever. Let's see what that says. The old saying, feed a cold, starve a fever, may only be partially good advice, according to experts. Starving a fever by eating fewer calories may actually make it more difficult for your body to fight off the flu virus. Okay, so let's ponder this for a second. So let's pull out the word starve a fever and just say feed a cold, feed a fever. Okay? That's simple logic. I mean, that old saying right there from, I guess it's back in 2013. It's the first thing that popped up, but yeah. I say eating through your illness is probably better to give your body strength to carry on. Jim Genius, circles. Yes, they're circles. They're little circles. You got that. Binary circles. Jim Genius. Hey, Jim, you're not in our chat room because we didn't open up the cams tonight. Jim's gone on cam before. So we've been looking at the map for a while. Exciting stuff. Let's go through the list of things happening right now. Kobe Bryant, loss of him and his daughter Gigi. What's happening? The commissioner Kathy Engelbert talked about what was going on.
And obviously Gigi and the other girls on that helicopter being kind of the future generation of our players. And you never know what would have been or what could have been, but you know, we all mourn and are saddened, and you know, some of us back at the league office, it's hard to shake this feeling that, you know, we had so much potential with Kobe and his daughter, and just the ability of him to influence others, to draw them to the WNBA and to our game, and his relationship with some of our players and some of our future players. So some of our draft picks this year had relationships with Kobe where he was encouraging them, and he was just a great communicator.
He was just a great communicator. He really was. And Kobe had a way about him that kind of, well, he had such a unique background with speaking 3 languages, growing up in Italy, and yeah. Inventor Jim Genius. I am not sunk ship. You have been muted from the show. I am making progress. We remove anyone who is condemning what we're doing here. Thank you. Biden campaign pounces on Senator Johnny Ernst's Iowa caucus comments. Former VP Joe Biden said Johnny Ernst spilled the beans when she questioned whether the impeachment trial of Donald Trump might make Iowa Democrats decide against caucusing for Biden. Ooh. Senator Ernst just said that the quiet part out loud. Spokesperson Andrew Bates said Biden had said, Republicans are terrified that Joe Biden will be the Democratic nominee. Oh, yeah. I agree. Joe Biden poses the biggest potential problem for Donald Trump, besides myself, of course. I pose the biggest problem simply because I haven't had any advertising or coverage in the mainstream media in 11 years. And I'm still the talk of the town. That's what's worrying a lot of these people. I know you talk about me behind my back. I can see you from the webcam. Close the camera footage so you can no longer be seen. Mark Vaughn said he needed the bandwidth to send me a picture of his beep beep. Okay. Are you going to bed? Pirate Solid Dog, he's getting that sleepy thing. You know, sleep might be the best way to restore your immune system and prepare yourself to not touch anything. Pretend like you have your hands or your feelers. Kind of like a small insect. And everything you touch has to be right there and then dropped and not put in your face, because if you go hand to mouth, ooh, that's bad. That's where the virus spreads. That's where it goes down. That's how it enters your body. And don't breathe next to people. You know, that's why people are wearing masks. Well, somebody said they didn't have a mask in their area. Well, I say improvise, you know. Yeah, get some cloth. Cotton, like a cotton t-shirt. And a couple layers of cotton t-shirt. Put sunglasses on, wrap the sunglasses with duct tape and the cotton t-shirt around your head. You're good to go. It's better than nothing. I know Neil Pearl died. That's like a few weeks ago, though. Kobe Bryant was a huge star, a success. We're still concerned. Oh my gosh, the Vaughn show is down. Okay. Let's close out here. Dropping off on, restarting Vaughn. Beep. Refresh, everyone. I am back. I am your interactive host, David Sponheim. Welcome. Well, that was very touching. The White House has issued a formal threat to Bolton to keep him from publishing a book, his book. It really specifically said that he has to not publish certain things that are critical to national security. But what is that exactly? Well, we don't know because Bolton's not allowed to release that information, so we won't even know. And all the government sessions are closed door right now. They're probably all standing there going, we all know Donald Trump is corrupt. We're in charge. We're Republicans, and we'll just let him stay in office if we want. And the Democrats are going, how can you do this against the rule of law that you so commonly call the most important thing? And the Republicans are just, no, I don't think witnesses should be called. You can only imagine what's going on right now. It's like the dumb leading the blind, leading the deaf. Yeah. The dumb are at the top. They're like, I don't know what to do. Like Donald Trump. It's all a big witch hunt. It's all a big hoax. Totally lying constantly and not really admitting a thing. Even knowing Lev Parnas, which we now know he talked to on the phone. Or actually, literally, we heard his conversation at that dinner. Yeah. Asking about whether Russia would defeat Ukraine in a war, flippantly talking about it like it's no big deal. And then saying he wanted to take out Yovanovitch. We're taking her out. You heard Donald Trump say we're going to take her out. That's like I'm sorry, but mob talk, that's like a hit, you know? We're going to take her out. Yeah, we're going to take her out to dinner. You know what I'm talking about? So if I were looking at this, I'd say, yeah, Trump is up to no good at all levels. We caught him in two key lies there. And then, of course, the IRS tax returns, which he refuses to show, even though I'd gladly show you every one of you 10 years, no problem. You know? Are you back up and running? Is video on at Vaughn? All right. So feed the cold, feed the fever. All right, your body's going to be using energy. It needs to draw from that. And you know, frankly, when your stomach is fighting every imaginable disease, those cells need a boost. I'm serious. No, he didn't. Welcome back. Affirmative. All is good. Okay, good.
And there's a First Amendment in this country as long as is breaking the story. The White House has issued a formal threat to Ambassador Bolton and his associates behind this book, The Room Where It Happened, a White House memoir, according to sources familiar with the matter. They're trying to keep him from publishing the book. I asked the White House for comment. They declined. Neither Bolton nor spokesman for his publisher, Simon & Schuster, responded to a request for comment. This letter comes, of course, in the context of President Trump sending a whole bunch of tweets disparaging John Bolton today, as well as John Bolton's book lawyer complaining that the vetting process has been compromised. They submitted on December 30th the manuscript to the National Security Council's Records Management Division just to make sure that there's nothing classified in the book. And since then, people have commented. Obviously, there was the publication of the New York Times story, but beyond that, since then, we've had President Trump and others talking about the content of the book. So there is right now a real effort by President Trump not just to disparage John Bolton, not just by his allies to suggest that he's a tool of the left. There is now an official letter from the White House to Bolton and his lawyers saying they should stop publishing this book. This book should not be published. We are trying to get a copy.
Okay, so Donald Trump technically cannot stifle free speech. So John Bolton should be allowed to comment on Trump's involvement trying to get the Democrat dirt in exchange for the Ukrainian money. Okay, Trump team handed out Jeffersons at rallies. Only what? Whoa. Are you serious? What's going on here? Trump's allies are handing out envelopes of cash to black voters at pro-Trump events? Are you serious? Wow. Politico reported that allies of Trump have been targeting black voters by hosting events with cash giveaways. Wow. Okay, well, technically it's not illegal to do this unless they're run by our nonprofit organization, which allows donors to remain anonymous. Huh. While the events are hosted with the intention to honor the president, the giveaways are run by a nonprofit, the Urban Revitalization Coalition, which allows donors to remain anonymous. The CEO of URC, Darrell Scott, has been one of Trump's closest and most prominent supporters, and he's the co-chair of Black Voices for Trump. He's told Politico that most gifts given away at every event last month were between $300 and $500. And if someone received more than that, they had to fill out a W-9 form to comply with tax law. Wow, he's buying black votes, one by one. Talk about getting credit from Russia. I guess he can do whatever he wants, right? Cash only, blacks, $300 to $500. You know, I think you're partially right. I know. I think that Kobe may have faked his death the way that Michael Jackson may have faked his death. It's possible. Ginger president for you? Really? I can't buy your black. I don't need to buy it. We're good. Thank you. Do you know that Trump threatened the Republicans to vote for him? There's a secret audio meeting where he tells them this. Oh, I believe it. Yeah, has he been removed from office yet? No, he's still in office. I think he'll resign soon. I don't think you can keep this up much longer. It's impossible. It's just impossible. I've been working with my bangs, and I think I've perfected them. But they're never quite perfect, you know? I don't know why I feel that sense of need to be perfect. Trump 2020, really? You support? I think Trump will resign before he can run again. Yeah, it's more than obvious he's lying in almost every single issue. How can you people support him? You just want to support somebody who has a face, right? Well, I mean, what if somebody else has a face? What if it wasn't just his face, it was my face? Maybe I could be your face that you'll love. And I won't cheat, lie, steal, and try to profit on the side like he has, making $110 million from the American people per year. Well, let's be clear. Now, David, I think you're being a little too overly dramatic. I know that my nose is a Germanic nose like yours, David. So I think you need to mellow out. Mellow out. Do you understand what mellow means? Have you sucked on a prune lately? Hey, I'm concerned about the fact that Donald Trump just released 195 people into the general population because the CDC, they didn't present any evidence whatsoever. Thank you. The CDC said no symptoms. Well, yeah, no symptoms after 2 days. The problem is coronavirus can have 14-day gestation period. So all these 195 people that were just released didn't have any symptoms, but they may present in the next 10 days and have already contaminated 50, 60 people. Oh, so many people will come to visit them and hug them and say, oh, we're so glad you're back from Wuhan. Kiss, kiss. Then all those people go out. I think it's reckless for Donald Trump not to put a travel ban right now on all travel from China. Don't you? Press 1 if you think we should have a travel ban in place in the U.S. I'm going to press 1. They have no idea, I know. Anyone else think that we need to do that? Ginger, you want to do it? Trump Tardo says, yeah, let's do it. Okay. So Trump better get with the program and put a travel ban on anybody from China. And maybe even people that bump from China through Canada. They'd say, oh, we're just going to get a flight to Canada and then take rental car over border while you're coughing. It's no problem. Good doctors in America. You know, I don't want that. And you know that's already happening. Oh, Trump is doing worse than Obama. Remember when he said he would do something and Obama should do something in 2015? When the Obama Ebola thing happened? And Obama brought 14 people over with Ebola to test them? Yeah, like we needed to bring them into America for testing with Ebola. Oh, good idea. Now Trump is doing 10 times worse than that. 195 people, all potentially carrying it without showing symptoms right now. Shows you how imbecilic the CDC is. I mean, that alone shows you their incompetence. That they would even give them the clearance. Oh, sure, go ahead. No problem. Yeah, we went over some tough subjects. High winds hit this cheap wall that Donald Trump constructed with a lot of your tax dollars. I have, of course, the 1,000-mile, $1 billion idea, containers. And if you go too high, as in 1-2, not 2 as in 2, it's actually perfectly safe. We could actually get these things. But the portion of the U.S. border wall falls over in high wind areas on the Mexican side, and they just had a little tipping over situation. Here's the video from their affiliate, KYMA. You know, this wouldn't happen, this problem wouldn't happen if the containers were laying out there. They wouldn't be rolling over. Okay. Thanks for sharing. Be well. It's a nice area. Not. My God, look at that road. It hasn't been paved in like a century almost. And we're building a brand new fence. Well, they didn't set the concrete in time. It's not their fault. Well, let's be clear. Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg. Let's go back to that. He has a message for you. He doesn't care if you like him. Oh, isn't that sad? We got a little bit of an ego problem going on here. Not everyone likes Mark. Oh, he feels a little unliked, but it doesn't matter because he doesn't care. He's going to be a tough guy and realize how important he is. And I think maybe Mark is a little too self-involved. Yeah, and we did talk about the conspiracy theory that Mark could very well be one of the Rockefellers. Yeah. It's getting a little bit more real as we go along. Apparently, he looks like the Habsburgs. As you can see, the Habsburg family has very unique physical characteristics. One of the wealthiest families in the world, the Habsburgs. Almost as wealthy as the Rothschilds. But now this little prissy boy apparently doesn't care about people liking him. Yeah. Mark wanted to play Mr. Rogers? Are you serious? I don't believe it. But there's a solid conspiracy theory that Mark Zuckerberg is really Jacob Greenberg, the grandson of David Rockefeller. Yes. You see, Jacob Greenberg, rather, was arrested on marijuana possession charges back in the late 90s, and then suddenly disappeared, and no one has seen him since. Yet Mark Zuckerberg appeared at the same time. Now, David Rockefeller's dead now, so we don't care. But anyway, that's the story. And he doesn't care. Yeah, he's like signaling a change in tone as his company continues to face withering criticism over its business practices. The normally affable CEO told investors Wednesday he was no longer going to shy away from being blunt, even if that means ruffling feathers. Okay, sounds good. Just tell the truth. Tell us how you got all that money. And don't tell me Goldman Sachs just handed you all that money to start your business for fun. My hairdo is not a wig. It is the way that my strands are dropping on my head. It's the hood of a Camaro. It's styled after the Camaro, the 1976 Camaro, with a yellow paint job. David, you had unprotected sex with a hooker last night, and today noticed 100 crabs in your pubic area. What should I do? You know, I'm not an expert. Ask your doctor. My hair is fluffy. See, whenever one talks about my hair, the show devolves into this nonsense. And as if we had something else to talk about. Well, I was trying to allay your fears, but unfortunately, we know it could get worse before it gets any better. I don't know anything about how to deal with crabs. It's not my expertise. Sorry, sir. But upwards of 300,000 Chinese will contract the coronavirus the next 10 days. And 15% of them will die, according to a researcher. Jonathan Reed, a British expert on the transmission and evolutionary dynamics of infectious diseases, predicts the hundreds of thousands of people will soon be infected with the coronavirus, sweeping across China and moving already to other countries around the world. We predict the cities with the largest outbreaks elsewhere in China to be Shanghai, Beijing, Jiangzhou, Chongqing, and Chengdu. We also predict that by February 4th of 2020, the countries or special administrative regions at greater risk of importing infections through air travel are Thailand, Japan, Taiwan, Hong Kong, and South Korea. So if Trump were smart right now, he'd put a travel ban against all these countries. For at least 2 weeks, you know? Give it a break. Divert flights to Hawaii or something, you know? At least we'll give them Hawaii to hang out at some of the resorts, you know. Pay for their stay. Their quarantine could be nice with a view of the ocean. Yeah. Hawaiians wouldn't like that, though. Ban all now? That's not exactly the way to start a show. If I banned all the time, I frequently unban, you know. But if I banned all the time, I wouldn't even have a show. You know that. Three shampoos have kerosene as a base ingredient. Wow. Well, I wouldn't want to apply kerosene to my genitalia. Okay. Yeah, dude. The soy sauce challenge? I don't know. You know, that's just so weird, Ace, but you're diverging again to your homophobia days. I heard Kobe may have faked his death. Well, the plane doesn't match. Yeah, we talked about this a couple times. I mean, we go into the details again and again, but the crash footage shows fuselage of a plane like the plane that Kobe painted over. But Kobe didn't spray off the paint job before he crashed it.
Has been repainted with his own symbol and the Nike symbol. Where it gets deeper down the rabbit hole is that and I was ignorant and I didn't know it and I still don't know it and I'm still making this video.
Yeah.
The call numbers of N72EX happen to be the same on this helicopter.
Yeah, exactly. Because it could be that they didn't realize that Kobe had painted the helicopter when they decided to fake his crash. Why would Kobe fake his crash? Well, one theory is that Kobe was a serial rapist and maybe didn't want to get caught. I'm not speaking ill of the dead, because many of you are very, very sad now about Kobe's death. But I mean, that's just one theory. Another one is that he had a $24 million tax liability he was trying to get out from under. Well, his estate would have to pay that tax liability either way, so that's not a good motive. And how do you fake the death of 9 people? 7 others, and he and his daughter, a 13-year-old daughter. I mean, it doesn't make sense he'd fake his death. Actually make America great. A MAGA hats. Okay. Okay, let me write that down. Let's do that. I'm actually going to pen with that. Yeah, actually make America great again. 9 fake people. Oh, there you go. Maybe he and his daughter just have a permanent, place up in some secret location somewhere in the world. Yeah. Maybe Kobe predicted this would happen with the coronavirus, had inside information, and decided to fake his death so he could hide out with his daughter in a bunker underground, leaving his wife up above to handle the house and the general affairs. How about that idea? But it is tragic, and I'm very sorry about this. Yeah, Omega hats. Hello. Did you see what I just did? I touched my hand with my mouth. Don't do that. Very bad move. That's a bad thing. Yeah. It was like I didn't even think I was going to wet my... Yeah. It's tragic. Hopefully I didn't infect myself. Oh well. Easy come, easy go. Life was fun talking to the monitor. Thank you for watching. Like Sarah said, why worry about it? Just live your life fully, every minute. Don't even think about what could happen. Isn't that, in the Christian faith, sin, it is a sin to worry. I'm not an evangelical minister by any stretch of the imagination, but it is a sin to worry. Yeah. Yeah, so I think really worrying is something you shouldn't do. That's why I use fruit enzyme spray to give myself a day spa every 5 minutes. Oh, that's great. And you know something? Spend a little more time in the hot shower. That might disinfect you, Treat yourself to a nice hot shower at your house. Yeah, I don't need to turn the heat on my house. I can always take a hot shower. Hello. New Wuhan coronavirus prison. Whoa. You got the links. Scissor Fight's the link master.
A video posted to Twitter by a Chinese government official shows the placement of shipping containers with bars on the windows and locks on the outside of the doors. The video was posted by Lijian Zhao, Deputy Director General of the Information Department of the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs. "We are racing against time," Zhao said. "The first building of Wuhan's coronavirus hospital was completed in 16 hours. Zhao continued, "Let's pray for Wuhan and China." But the hospital shown in the video is actually a series of shipping containers with iron bars on the windows and locks on the doors of each unit that appear to be only operable from the outside. We hear a creepy soundtrack as we watch footage of the shipping containers being positioned in place. The video was instantly mocked, with one user tweeting, "Why do your hospital rooms have welded bars on the windows and lock from the outside?" On Monday, China's Global Times tweeted an image of the purported coronavirus hospital. The tweet was quickly scrutinized. People immediately noticed that the image of the coronavirus hospital published by the Global Times is actually an Alibaba stock photo of a portable container school building. The images of the supposed coronavirus hospital have been available on the internet for months prior to the tweet by Global Times celebrating the new hospital. The Global Times is a daily newspaper run by China's Communist Party, providing a Chinese nationalist perspective on international issues. We now know that the emergency coronavirus hospital being built is really a series of stackable shipping containers with barred windows and doors with locks on the outside. Please like, share, and subscribe.
Okay, that was BitChute's Headlines with a Voice. They have 4,444 subscribers. That's very unique. Seems almost made up. Well, you know, I kind of figured they were going to do portable housing, so it doesn't come as a big surprise. But the fact that they're making places to stick people and lock them in cages, they should have just said, we're building a large cage for people instead of a hospital. Thank you. Chinese government building large cages for people. Concentration camps are being built rapidly to help deal with the virus spread. You've been a regular in the show, yes, Pirate Salty Dog, yeah, for a long, long time. Thank you. Yeah, it doesn't really matter what they're building as long as they build something. I don't really have a problem with stack and pack housing as it applies to these poor people that are quarantined and having to survive. The big thing is, are they getting the proper fluids, water, and is there sanitary conditions around them? That's the most important thing. You need to have, you see the people that were dropping in the streets were standing there trying to weather it out. Don't go to work. Stay at home immediately if you present. Nothing is worth it. You're going to have to deal with it. If your job can't deal with it, they'll figure a way. It's not placenta spray. It is fruit enzyme spray. I told you that. I dilute it down with my Fountain of Youth water. Why don't they try to find an antidote instead? They're working on it. But that's the thing. I mean, why would the coronavirus be patented by the Bill Gates Foundation? And how come they haven't come up with a vaccine? And why are they saying in a mock scenario they'd come up with a fake vaccine and people would still die? I mean, they actually published that. I don't think it's come to that. Even back during the Ming Dynasty collapse, the Chinese people did not eat each other. Read The Good Earth by Pearl S. Buck. It's not likely they're going to eat their loved ones. I believe that the food shortages are severe, though, in this Wuhan region. Okay, this question came up to Alexa. Alexa, we need guns. Home automation setup.
We need guns. Alexa, close the drawer. Alexa, we need lots of guns.
You know, I don't take, you know, I didn't realize you get all those guns when you buy an Alexa. That's weird. Yeah. Yeah, Alexa, play Debbie Does Dallas. I'm sorry. That is currently a pornography. Hey Siri, play Robert Plant, 29 Palms. I'm sorry. Robert Plant, 29 Palms. Hey, you know, I'm a little bit concerned that people are so pressed to them. I mean, you know, a lot of people buy so many guns just to have collections of them. But does it make them any safer? Is that really an advertisement of safety or hazard? You know? Think about it. Criminals have guns. Criminals can take your guns. Criminals can walk in and say, Alexa, we need guns. And then they'll bring up, all your guns. Alexa can be tricked, by the way. I've talked at friends' houses that do Alexa, and it'll pick up any voice. It doesn't have to be yours. So anybody can walk in your house, Alexa, we need guns. And boom, they get all the guns they want. Yeah, they're printing guns now, you're right. But I really think we're going to have a hard time stopping guns. We just have to build responsible people and make sure they have enough food and water so that they don't kill each other. The primary ingredient to peace is not removing people's guns. That will cause a war. The ingredient to peace is making sure everyone's well fed and relatively happy. I mean, it's never failed in the past. Whenever there have been well-fed people with full bellies and plenty of water, fresh water, they're usually quite happy. And Donald Trump has collapsed on his Middle East policies. It's so bad that even Israel, the media there is condemning Donald Trump's Israeli Middle East solution. And in all this hoopla, I haven't even bothered reading about it, nor do I care. No, I support gun rights, but I'm just saying, at what point do you really want to make your guns available via Alexa? That can't be very safe. I mean, if you've got guns, you should put them in your lock boxes. A lot of you have these special gun cabinets you bought at Cabela's. I mean, they pay upwards of $300 to $4,000 for gun cabinets at Cabela's. They have a wide range of gun cabinets. Yeah. Typical gun cabinets, out of stock. See, everyone goes through these purchased items at Cabela's, and they get them, and they're out of stock. See? That's the safest way to keep your guns. Oh, you thought I was joking? Oh, no, I'm serious. I think rights to bear arms is one of those things we could never even stop. It's the worst possible idea to overtake the Second Amendment. They would need 3/4 of the country to want to get rid of their arms. That's never going to happen. Would you want to take your arms off? What about your legs? Who wants to get rid of their arms? Dude, harp guitar, paint it black, really? That'll be good in about 2 hours. Wow, that's cool. Thank you. Little Rolling Stone retro. A guy plays it with a harp guitar. That's awesome. What do you mean Alexa can't open furniture with hidden compartments for weapons? It was a joke video. Are you serious? You mean when you buy Alexa, you can't get a gun cabinet attached to it? I had no idea. Wow. See, that's what you get with false advertising. Remember we went over the false advertising that I saw? Well, I saw this picture the other day on my cucumbers that I bought at the market, and they're made by a fairly big producer, Sunset. And I thought, that's pretty weird. I mean, is that a boy or a girl? It definitely looks like an underage boy or girl selling cucumbers. And I thought, this is weird. It strikes me as a seductive, a subliminal seduction is what it's called. Isn't that weird? And someone said, no, he's just looking at the stack of cucumbers, or she's just looking at it. We don't even know, is it a girl? I don't know. It could be a boy. Look at the haircut. Yeah, that's not Billie Eilish, no. It looked like a picture of a trans, yeah. So they're selling cucumbers. We're talking 3 packs of English cucumbers in these containers. I'd find it kind of odd. And here I am promoting the product by putting it on the screen. It just seems a little bit out there, don't you think? Billie Eilish won 4 Grammys on Sunday. That's so cool. Congratulations. Did you send her a tweet saying congratulations from ATP? Feel free to do that. The cucumbers are injected with chemical to turn people gay. Ooh, what a concept. Yeah, you got to wonder if it's greenhouse grown, cultivated. You know, it's a really good tasting cucumber. It's not organic though, you know, made in Mexico. But whatever. You know, it comes down to, you know, you got to buy cucumbers. You got to buy cucumbers. Buttigieg had a cucumber farm, really? Are you making that up? Pete Buttigieg? Zhizh. Buttigieg? Yeah, Pete Buttigieg. You know, hard to pronounce his name, isn't it? Oh, okay. Good to know. Well, technically, impeaching a president happens over time when a trial occurs, Medveral. And when witnesses are all saying that Donald Trump did this not to support our country, but for personal gain, then even according to Dershowitz's statement today, Donald Trump would have to be impeached. Dershowitz laid it out in the line. He said it could be an impeachable offense if he's doing it for personal reasons or financial reasons. But Dershowitz was wrong when he accused or claimed that Donald Trump did it for the betterment of our country. Why would getting dirt on the Democrats help our nation? I have no idea what he was saying. So clearly Donald Trump was doing it for his own personal gain. Well, John, you could get your vote taken away from you if you continue to vote for Trump. Vladimir Putin might decide you can't vote next time. Yeah, because Trump is working for Putin. You need Larry. Coronavirus deaths globally was 6,421. Right now it's 7,783 global deaths on the coronavirus map. Now, why did I come up with infected people and you're coming up with confirmed dead? No, you're misreading this. You're misreading it. It's total confirmed cases. 7,783. 170 dead. Ding, 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 ding. Misread. And 133 total recovered. But they're all facing 2-week courses of this disease. Bear in mind, everyone's sick right now in these areas who are infected, and they're battling to stay alive. So the numbers are showing a fairly good success rate. It's unfortunate it's so aggressive, but Trump is doing it to pay off his debt to Russia. Yeah, there you go. No one talking about the defense witnesses. Who? What defense witnesses? I didn't think the Republicans had one defense witness. What, Kellyanne Conway insisting that Trump is innocent? I mean, seriously. Everybody says Trump did the quid pro quo. What's wrong with you retardicans? You don't get it? Trump's got to go. He's got to resign. He literally said Yovanovitch had to be taken out. You heard the audio. My goodness. What kind of a president says that about a diplomat? I don't even know about the defense witness. Name one defense witness. And show me a link to somebody saying Donald Trump is innocent. Ew. Except for Trump, of course. I don't think anyone would want to have the image of Donald Trump and Kellyanne having sex in their brain. So I'm going to ask everyone to suppress that chat from Ginger President for me. Try not to think about Kellyanne and Trump having sex, okay? I have yet to see a link from you, Medveral, saying Donald Trump is innocent of all charges, except Donald Trump saying that. Yeah, when the really rich and wealthy can charter a private plane to bug out of China and land on a military base, you better listen. Well, yeah, 195 people got out of Wuhan, courtesy of a military chartered plane, and now they're in America. I don't know. The image of Donald having sex with Kellyanne is just too much for me to handle. Ugh. I'm not hating on a good guy. I'm hating on a guy who's been working with Russia. And when he said he was not doing any business with Russia, He was doing a deal with Vladimir Putin at that time, according to Michael Cohen, who you call a liar, of course. Michael Cohen was setting up a deal to offer Vladimir Putin a $50 million penthouse suite in Moscow Trump Hotel. Now, how do you think Vladimir Putin felt when he not only lost his opportunity to have his own penthouse suite for $50 million, but it became known that he was in a deal to get a free penthouse suite? It doesn't exactly paint Vladimir Putin as a good communist, a good comrade. When he's profiting with a $50 million penthouse suite, the Russians don't like that. Many people believe that Vladimir Putin lives in a very small apartment in Moscow. To this day, they believe this, when in fact he's one of the richest men in the world, valued at over $200 billion, padded away at his own private bank accounts. Yeah, Vladimir Putin is not a leader. He's a guy who does whatever they tell him for money. Yeah, Donald Jr. is finalizing the deal with Putin. That's the problem. My goodness. Here are our countries being sucked into the vortex of the control, the grip of Russia, and you Republicans are going, Donald would never betray us. You really are out of it. I mean, how can you still support Donald after all of these lies have been outed across the globe? You must be brainwashed. Old Town Grope, Party of Old Town, Rucka Rucka. I don't know. I'm afraid to click that, Mr. Bill. Well, they're all puppets, John. Republicans and Democrats. Oh, parody of an Old Town Road, Rucka Rucka. That's not appropriate here. Okay? Now, don't start... Now all of you are thinking about Kellyanne and Donald Trump having a relationship. That's just so wrong. Why don't you imagine Carolyn Sunshine... What she's doing in the Oval Office all the time, no one really knows. Well, as Donald Trump's press ass ist unt, what is she, 23 now? Yeah, she's quite a looker. I got news for you. Donald Trump spends every day, he replaced Hope Hicks with this woman. And he spends every day with her in the Oval Office with the door closed. And there's no video cameras or audio going on. We have no idea what's going on. Oh, Carolyn, I want you to fill out another note for me. Could you kneel over there? Oh, come on. Get some video cameras in that Oval Office if you want to be an honest president. And get Donald Trump to record his conversations with Putin. What's wrong with you retardicans? He should not have one conversation with Putin that we aren't listening to. Or the NSA isn't listening to. Boy, you really are out to lunch. Oh, no, Donald would never do that for Putin. My God. I'm not debating how Putin does business. The very fact that Donald Trump was courting him with a $50 million penthouse doesn't talk about Putin in the deal. It merely says they offered it to Putin. I'm sure Putin would grab whatever he wanted in whatever hotel he wanted with all the military staff he wanted. It is a moot point. I agree with you, Medveral. You believe that Kellyanne Conway is the White House vacuum cleaner lady? She does the housekeeping there? No, she's an attorney, okay? Kellyanne Conway is a respected attorney. How she passed the bar, one only has to wonder. John, you're not allowed to come in here and support a president that lies and cheats every day. You've just been banned. But you know, John, I'm going to give you another chance, and I'm going to unban you. All right. David, I don't think Donald Trump should have sexual relations with his wife without the American people being able to see it on a pay-per-view. Oh, come on. That's just ridiculous. Making these accusations about the lovely Kellyanne Conway. How dare you? As Greta says, how dare you? She looks like a perfectly nice person. To denigrate her like that, and she's married too and has 4 kids. Yeah, but I can tell you, I've never seen a more fierce defender of Donald Trump. This woman goes to the mat for him. She really is a strong supporter, I'll tell you. And now that she's handling the opioid crisis, everyone feels so much safer. Well, I've been thinking about how much... Oh my gosh, I look like Kellyanne Conway. That's just so weird. That's just so weird. All right, now show some respect, okay, for ladies. Your voice is higher. I know. Well, it happens. So 7,783 people infected. 300,000 will be infected in 10 days, according to an expert. That's where we're at with this terrible virus. Meanwhile, we're going to go back to Sarah and continue our happy moment. Live in the moment. Don't stop worrying and follow her advice. She's absolutely right. Well, let's be clear. I'm going to bring you worry stuff later, but there is a bright light at the end of the rainbow here. Da, 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 da. Inovio selected by CP to develop a vaccine against the new coronavirus. Plymouth, Pennsylvania. Plymouth meeting. They're working on it. Inovio is working on it rapidly. All right. There's an innovative partnership going on. Inovio is working on it right now. All right, thank you. You think John Bolton is trying to save his butt? John Bolton is making $115,000 on a book that now he has to cross out certain things that are national security risks. That doesn't mean John Bolton can't talk. Now, he needs to testify if he can't publish what he's saying. I know. All right, I'll see you guys in a bit. Thanks, Sarah. I'll be back.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I don't think so, Ivan. Sarah Sanders, you like her? 455. Yeah, that's why I was trying to tell people, Soul Child. Live your life the best you can and appreciate the good things in your life. That's what I would definitely agree with that. I have a lot of good things in my life. What are some of the good things in your life? I don't know him enough to like him, Johnny. I'm looking forward to reading his book. I'm hoping it'll be released soon. Michael Bolton's book. Yeah, it's on the heat is on in certain places in the house. You say it's kind of hard to live your life when the government is always looking over your shoulder or trying to screw you over. Well, I don't know. I still say you can live your life, even if that's the case. I think, pay your taxes and keep living life. No, I don't think so, Anthony. That's good, Soul Child. You got some wallpaper up on the lounge wall, and you are lucky to have a husband that will put it up for you. Good. Well, I did have 2 turtlenecks on earlier this evening. "977 thinks we're pretty much slaves. There's no freedom." Are you like, you're that much involved in the government or something? Break free. That's really the thing, isn't it, Medveral? More deaths by unruly people than by sick people. Because of people's fears. The greatest thing we have to fear is fear itself. So really, that's why I say just be grateful and live your life. And not be in fear. Yeah, I think you're right about the cold temperatures are making me sleepy. And in case no one remembers, a zombie apocalypse scenario from the Pentagon was right on the spot because it was never about real zombies. Which zombie apocalypse scenario are you talking about? I don't know about that. I worked today. I would agree with that. All about freedom. Better to die on your feet than live life on your knees. Yeah, we have to believe in freedom. Probably right, Med for all. Yeah, I could go into what I did all day, but probably bore you. I don't think we have to hurt anyone to be free ourselves. I think the only person you should compare yourself with is yourself from yesterday. Don't compare yourself to other people. I know. It's alright. Maybe I'll be like that when I'm an old lady. Live in a condo and crank up the heat and let other people have a lower electric bill. I think one thing I want to do when I'm an old lady is go on a cruise. At least one. Is who Yetta Telebenda? I don't know. You're probably right. That's fun, 977. Very good. Thailand is the worst affected nation outside of China. Well, they have 14 confirmed cases. That's not bad. They're going to be able. They want to be able to detect all carriers entering Thailand, and they will apply necessary measures as the situation develops. SARS and the MERS virus infected and killed 774. Wow. Well, it's not that aircraft spread viruses. It's that people get on aircraft and then fly all over. And you say improperly cleaned surfaces in the aircraft, yeah. Oh. Zirconium cladding, huh? Is that something like putting zirconium stones onto rings or something? Cladding. Yes, I'm certain he knows all about that as well. You'll just have to wait and ask him. Or as I often say, I have no idea, but you want to find out together? Oh, I agree with that. I thought you were talking about people flying on aircraft, Medro. I wasn't talking about the chemtrail crap. Or just say, stay home, 977. Novel 2019 NV Con. Hong Kong said it would stop trains and ferries. Russia and Mongolia have closed land borders with China, and airport screening is in place globally. Thailand is screening all passengers from China at its airports and has planes on standby to retrieve an estimated 64 people who are stranded in the lockdown Hubei region. You'll want to hunker down in your home and keep it as clean as possible to reduce the risk of getting sick. You could build a quarantine kit, or a pandemic survival kit with some necessary supplies. Bodysuits and N95 masks, thick plastic sheeting, duct tape, painter's tape. Strong high mill trash bags. Hydration, electrolyte options, immune booster, high quality disinfectant soap, bleach, scrubbing tools, latex gloves. Man, all this, like, it's just, to me, it's just fear mongering. Melting point of aluminum. Yeah. I would think that the melting point of aluminum would be lower than the melting point of steel. However, I would have no idea what the melting point would be. All right, good night, Anita. Get some sleep. Yeah, I tend to think so. 455 fear mongering. There you go. Simple. Simple enough. Super simple. Yeah, you're right. Fear does tend to keep everyone confused and in disarray. And this is, of course, it's all this talk about the coronavirus rather than talking about what's happening with the impeachment hearings. I don't think that's going to happen, chat room celebrity. A zombie apocalypse? No. That's just something someone created for entertainment purposes. Some people, I'm sure, think like that, Medverall. They have a Middle East peace plan for Israel that Trump's trying to... Wow, that's interesting. Math is math. Common Core math is just getting kids to think about math. Well, I only have to work a half a day on Valentine's Day. That's what's up. On the planet Earth, the third from the sun. There was an interesting question posed to the students today because we're working on place value. And, well, I stream my videos and it's all what I choose to watch versus news. But anyway, it was like the hundreds place is 1 less than 7, or something like that. The tens place has a value of 40. And the ones place is less than either of the other digits in the number. You don't like Valentine's Day 348? I did not see the PBS series called The Planets. One is definitely a lonely number. One is the loneliest number that you'll ever see. But two could be just as lonely as the number one if you don't speak to me, or something like that. Oh, okay, thank you. The whole planet is aware of the Trump-Netanyahu bromance on live TV and the immediate reaction of the Palestinians who want to start a Middle East-wide war to prevent the deal from being done. No, I just listened to a lot of Beatles. Yeah, we did fractions today, Trump Tarda. Well, a group of us. But, I know. Yeah, good point. Sorry. Yeah, it is different that I don't have the news going constantly. But you mean, why am I avoiding the Valentine's question? What Valentine's question? Did I get maybe because I didn't get anything for David for Valentine's Day yet? I don't have any plans yet. Oh, the power of X. Well, I read that as 1 divided by x, which is a fraction.
A new Chinese coronavirus, a cousin of the SARS virus, has the international community on alert. Since the outbreak began in Wuhan, China in December, the number of people infected and patients who have died.
The power of X compels you to do more math. Thanks, happy hour. Yeah, let's go with that one. Do I sing rap music? Oh. David has some rap song memorized. I can rap, I can zap, I can tap, I can put on a baseball cap. 'Cause I'm the woman. I'm a human. No need to be fuming. I'll be zooming right past you. I don't know. Yeah, I do love to dance. I love dance music, yes. I love dancing. So I guess that's as close as I get to rapping, Stormy Daniels. I like to rhyme and tell the time, but I really don't like whine. The fine structure content, fine structure constant, that would be X. All right. 2 turntables and a microphone. Where is that? You do 50s dance music. Wow. Interesting. Join the third party if you want to be smarty. We're in the middle. And I don't play a fiddle. Don't fiddle around. It's time to be sounds. You want to make sense. Then count me in. Oh, I'm just kidding. Something like that. You like the older music when music actually mattered with instruments, flutes, pianos, etc. Ah, good. I'm just passing time. Somebody asked me to rhyme. They didn't pay me a dime. I don't know. I agree, Akira. I won't quit my day job. Yeah, you're right, Maverill. Yeah, I think that's one of our cupboards. A worm wrap. Have you ever heard the term, this is a little worm? No, it's not like a germ. Well, it does eat your germs, I guess. It eats the bacteria.
Kills germs. I think I have to use the restroom. I'll be right back. Just gonna. I made you 2 chicken zucchini dinner lunches.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I was rapping a poem.
The handles. Yeah, I figured I'd just make you another couple inches out of that chicken, and I'll finish the rest and throw it out.
Yeah.
That makes nice lunches. Okay, I put a little red sauce in there from the pizza sauce, just to add to it. Okay, you also do 50s dance music. Wow. Sarah's rapping a poem? Really?
Yeah, I was just doing some poem.
Wow. People really get into your calm demeanor. I think they really enjoy the calmness of your show. I think this is the N95 respirators are probably the best choice overall. And they sell them at Harbor Freight for $1.99. I don't need a ribeye recipe. You knocked it out of the park. You used a tad too much time. Okay, happy hour. Well, you know, you can't really ruin a ribeye. Just cook it in its own meat juices, and it's got natural salts. So if you cover it with too much time, though, you can ruin it. I'm just kidding. Great answer. Yeah, but you can't really ruin a ribeye. No. You know, I like to cook with bacon. You know, let bacon drizzle down the top of a ribeye, because you're going to be eating really, really bad food, full of saturated fat. You might as well go all the way, you know. Oh, I'm sorry, you're Muslim or Jewish? You can use the alternative bacon powder that Meow TV gave us. That's a plant-based bacon flavored for Jews and Muslims. It's more respectful. It doesn't derive any from... Yeah, you would knock it out of the park with bacon for sure. You'd rather eat sardines? Howie, what's wrong with you? Dave, yes, guest 348, what is your question? Oh, I'm smelling this rubbing alcohol. It's really disinfecting my... They say if you breathe rubbing alcohol, it'll kill germs too. Don't do that. That's not advisable. Try not to spit on people too. I don't try to spit on people. But when you're out and about, don't, talk very like, well, I was just going to say that I'm trying to avoid the flu. Well, you're just eating every imaginable kind of steak there is. You had this New York strip last night. Sarah and I went to Golden Corral in Mitchell, South Dakota, and we had a great ribeye, or rather New York strip. They made great meat at that Golden Corral in Mitchell.
Okay.
Thanks, Sarah. Enjoy your evening. Mm-hmm. I noticed you turned the speakers on, but not the radio.
No, I had the radio on, but then I was listening to an audiobook.
Oh, okay, cool.
So
well, enjoy. Get some rest. Thank you so much. She gave a nice break. And she gets a little bit of the news, too. This is her news time. She gets to be on camera and talk to you. Not that she cares. She just likes to, help me out. I don't even think she likes to do it. She does it because she's so kind to do it. That's the thing. I don't know how anyone would want to do a show every day for 11 years. Yeah, it's like, who would want to do that? But people need a place online to meet. I'm doing a service to all of you. You eat chicken and beef together? You know, I experimented with that recently. Full of protein, yeah. It's just really, boom. Really pushes the proteins forward. And there's no better way to get amino acids and lots of vitamins quickly than to eat meat. Yes, zirconium cladding is a little bit, it's difficult. It does interact. When you heliarc weld it with aluminum, there's a reaction. You have to go with titanium. Dave, can you do a Bible study with us? Sure, Stormy. Thou shalt not do porn. Many pastors around the world are trying to learn to deal with their porn addiction. Of course it does. Zirconium cladding is used in about 14 different areas of fabrication. What are you, retarded? Anything you want to know about porn or the Bible, don't ask. I'm not here for those stupid questions. But thank you for your intelligent thought. Uh-oh. Hang on. Don't you just hate that when you drop a cap and it goes somewhere and you can't find it? And it's like, where did it go? Oh, okay. Yeah, just I had something in my hand. And I have a strong urge to scratch my eye, and I'm not going to do it because, you know, I'm training myself to be free of the coronavirus wherever I go. So I carry my fruit enzyme spray to disinfect my face at all times. I know, you lose a cap and your cat finds it, really? Well, don't worry about it. I don't know what to think. A president issuing a formal threat to a person who worked for the government who was witnessed a crime, and Donald Trump would be committing a crime if he traded our funding to Ukraine for dirt on the Democrats. And no, it's not serving the national interest, Mr. Dershowitz, so take your BS lie to crap somewhere else. Yes, if Donald Trump was serving the national interest by exposing Joe Biden's corruption, I guess, but not really. Because it doesn't really serve our national interest to know how corrupt Donald Trump is. If we did, we'd probably see the tax returns right now. But you don't see the tax returns at all, do you? The worst is when an ice cube drops into your groin area, Stormy. Wasn't that like that one night you had with Donald Trump? That must have been some experience. You know, he still hasn't admitted that he committed adultery to God. Nor has he repented for his sins. Many of you Christians are wondering, when will Donald Trump repent for his adulterous ways? I don't know. You Republicans don't seem to care because you're probably all watching porn yourself and saying, yeah, well, whatever, you know, let alone adultery, which is a mortal sin. Perhaps you have forgotten God's ways. Try not driving and with a lit cigarette in your lap. Pull over immediately. You'd actually start driving and looking for the lit cigarette. Now pull over immediately. Stop and do not go any farther. Dave, I was eating at my local Chinese place tonight. They just got back in town and were coughing everywhere. Now you don't feel good? Are you serious? Oh my gosh. Scissor fight, we've got another one. Just like Insane Canadian, she met her mother who just got back from Wuhan, and immediately kissed her grandmother, and now her grandmother's in quarantine, allegedly. Man, you better take care of yourself. Get to bed right away and get lots of fluids around you and a place to go potty so you don't have to run around. The key to beating a flu is to not use a lot of energy, because your whole body's going to be fighting that. You can barely move. That's why people fall down and they just, like, drop on their feet. Hello, welcome to the show. Good evening, Miaf. Trump is evading taxes completely. I mean, he evaded taxes. He's evading showing his tax returns, but he said he'd show them, no problem. Where are they? Well, some people have not been able to deal with the out of both ends. There are a couple products on the market that you can get if you've got severe diarrhea that work fairly well. Imodium is an over-the-counter medicine that is available for those of you who are, it's coming out both ends. Imodium, yeah. Oh my God, you watched a Bruce Lee movie and now you have a bad cough? Oh, wow. So you got it through the just watching a martial arts video. That seems hard to believe, but funny, nevertheless. Good day. Well, some people are thinking of feed bag, a diaper, and a butt plug. But that's just too weird. Anyway, Imodium is probably the best over-the-counter drug to help slow down the drain. Now, the biggest problem is liver damage, so I don't know. Well, that too, you can't control that. But drinking fluids really will help with that. Yeah, that's they say that this is the weird component that you didn't expect. You got the vomiting, you got the respiration, coughing, and then you get the pneumonia symptoms. You got to get through the pneumonia period, so you need antibiotics. That's why doctors are essential at that critical stage of the outbreak. Pneumonia is an opportunist. It lives in our body and it will attack us no matter what. Most people die of pneumonia, believe it or not. It's one of the things that takes people down. It's just it takes over your lungs. It makes them, fills them with fluids, and then you can't breathe, and they die. Doris Day died that way. Remember Doris Day? She just died 4 months ago. She was late 90s. Que sera, sera. Whatever will be, will be. The future's not ours to see. Que sera, sera. What will be, will be. Yeah, she was a great singer, and I'm not, so I can't even do justice to her. Age is a major factor when dealing with pneumonia. Well, when buying ammonia at the drugstore, you're talking about pneumonia or ammonia. Anybody of any age can buy ammonia. There's no age restriction, but it is a dangerous chemical. But pneumonia, yeah, age is a big factor. If you're on steroids and you're on treatment for cancer, you're compromised. Your system is very vulnerable. Not a lot other than the antiviral drugs and antibiotics that they can do, so they give you those. I wonder if antivirals work in this particular instance. I'm kind of amazed I haven't heard much about it. I don't talk to anybody, so it's not like I'm being prejudiced against one group or another. I just avoid talking to people. Well, whenever somebody approaches me, I just hold this buzzer that says, and if I like what they're saying, I go, yes, compromised immune systems are at risk. I guess there's something to read in the news. I just haven't been, talking about it other than coronavirus. Jay Sekulow bumbles the John Bolton witness question. Let us pause for a moment of genuine sympathy for Trump and the crew of legal loose cannons with which he has surrounded himself. This impeachment mess seems to have started with Rudy Giuliani pursuing half-baked conspiracy theories, and it's finishing with Jay Sekulow accidentally blowing up President Trump's entire impeachment trial strategy in the final minutes of 3 days of opening statements. Impeachment trials require Daniel Webster and Trump brought my cousin Vinny. Impeachment trials require a Daniel Webster. What did Sekulow do? Well, over the past few days, serious allegations about the president's conduct taken from former National Security Advisor John Bolton's new book have rocked Republican senators seeking to shut down the impeachment trial as quickly as possible. Responding to the increasing pressure to have Bolton testify, Republican senators have pitched a variety of ideas from the absurd to the desperate. One senator proposed that the White House make Bolton's book available so that senators could read it. Lindsey Graham begged Bolton hold a news conference and we'll consider what you got to say if you think it's that important. A rush to dismiss Bolton. In an effort to put out this growing firestorm, Sekulow argued that the Senate should ignore Bolton's allegations. I don't know what you call that. I call it inadmissible, but that's what it is, he said. Okay. Sekulow is, of course, absolutely correct. In a court, Bolton's out-of-court statements wouldn't be admissible. But then again, neither would President Trump's denial of the allegations in the impeachment charges. And while the statements in Bolton's book manuscript itself wouldn't be admissible, those statements repeated by the author under oath and subjected to cross-examination most certainly would be. That's why I say Bolton should testify. In just 2 ad-libbed sentences, Sekulow managed to blow up the very basis of President Trump's no-witness strategy that senators have heard enough and that no further evidence is necessary. Worse, the attorney made the case that Trump himself has to be brought in as a witness because none of the various statements he has made to the news media or on Twitter are admissible either. By contrast, all the testimony taken under oath by the House is. Yeah, he basically Sekulow accidentally kind of forced Trump into actually testifying because anything somebody said hearsay is not relevant unless it's testimony. So maybe Trump should testify. What do you say? We get him on the bench. Following Sekulow's logic, unless the defense produces its own evidence, the Senate is duty-bound to find all the charges against Trump to be true because there's no admissible evidence to rebut them. Wow. This is powerful. And I think we have to look at the simple fact that the Senate will vote on Friday as to whether to call witnesses. God. And as of Tuesday evening, McConnell admitted he did not have the votes necessary to end the trial without hearing further evidence. So, between the new evidence offered by Giuliani's associate Lev Parnas, which includes a tape of President Trump apparently doing things he has repeatedly claimed he never did, and Bolton's allegations refusing to hear any additional evidence, would amount to Senate Republicans shoving their fingers in their ears and shouting, la 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 la, not listening, da da da. Yeah. Not a good look, not for them and not for President Trump. So Trump may have to stand on the stand and lie through his teeth or do whatever he does. Wouldn't that be funny? Oh, it's all a hoax. Well, Mr. President, is that your voice in the audio tape? No, it's not. It was never there. Well, we have you at that location and we have videotape of you. No, I wasn't there. That's a lie. It's all photoshopped. Well, were you or were you not at that event with Lev Parnas? No, I never met him. That would be funny. Funny encounter. Just to get Donald Trump to testify. It would be an absolute denial of everything. It really wouldn't go any farther. The anti-pope was one of the most diabolical, deceitful, disgusting false teachers in the history. Pope Paul VI. Okay. Well, you really are on a pro-Catholic binge, aren't you, Guest 647? Are you Opus Dei or something? You're beginning to wonder if any of the heretics were even truly Catholic at all. Martin Luther was actually, I believe, a Catholic at one point. Yes. When he realized the Catholic Church was charging for absolution of their sins, he essentially said, sure, I'm starting my own religion. And therein lies the Christian faith. Going against the grain of the Catholic beliefs. Opening up a line of communication with God directly. If you're going to be after Trump, then you must be after Biden too. Yes, I'm after Biden too. I am. Biden's very bad. He did some bad things by getting Hunter to make so much money so quickly with no experience whatsoever. Pure corruption. Biden looks, sounds, and acts like a corrupt politician. But I like his blue-collar roots. I like the fact that he doesn't quite clarify himself at times. He buys time like Barack Obama did. Well, if, so, okay. Could you advance the teleprompter? I like that. And he likes kids looking at his hair and his legs. That's pretty funny. I wouldn't like that myself, but that's pretty funny. And he knows about roaches. You know, how many presidential candidates know about roaches? Oh, come on, Super Dave. Donald Trump can't even grow a small little pubic hair and do something, let alone the balls to go after and prosecute anybody. Come on, man. Yeah, Donald Trump is not able to do anything. His hands are tied. He's just a puppet for the New World Order. You know that. That's why he hasn't prosecuted Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, Ilhan Omar, Elizabeth Warren for pretending to be a Cherokee and getting all that money and now pretending like she's poor even though she's rich. This woman's all over the place. Lies and deceit. The Elizabeth Warren way. Now she's trying to get the Democrats to all vote, the senators to all vote in favor of laws against making up things if you're running against somebody in politics. It's fair game. I would never do it, but it's fair game. People can make up things all the time about other people. If Bernie Sanders wants to call Elizabeth Warren a liar, he certainly can if he wants. She wants to define what is free speech. I mean, that's exactly the Democratic problem. They want to define free speech. They don't want to say, hey, yeah, say whatever you want. No, you got to say certain things. You can't say bad things about people. Really, the rods of God. These are future weapons, space weapons the homeless shank has found. Wow. The rods of God. Interesting. They start fires.
China is also developing the same weapon under the name of the Canes of God.
The names of the Canes of God. It's a weapon that burns from a distance. This is satellite beam technology that may be of the cause of the Australian or the California fires. I seriously doubt 186 people set fires all at once in Australia. What did they have, like an online plan to do that, and they all just descended on the woods and started setting brush fires at the same time? I mean, come on. Why are you laughing? You know these technologies exist. You work for the Russian Cosmology Division. Medveral, the rise of the direct energy weapon. These weapons are capable of burning any area at any time. The power of the Illuminati, that's what we're dealing with. The people who want to have a global depopulation plan for America and the rest of the world. Of course they would start in China, the most populated country. Why wouldn't they have a bioweapons lab in the middle of the most dangerous potential explosion of population in Wuhan? Yeah, they should have done it in the middle of nowhere. Is that a town in China? Welcome to nowhere. The Church of Cosmology, yeah. But don't you have a certificate in cosmology, or is it cosmetology? Yeah, I never did get a clarification on your PhD in cosmology. But you should know better. There are directed energy weapons in space. In 2001, George Bush launched radioactive material into the atmosphere, and everyone in the world looked at him going, "Are you crazy?" No one knew why he sent nuclear material into the atmosphere as a satellite. Thanks for sharing your panty information. Well, that looks really good. I will play that tonight. The 8 facts about the rods of God. Directed energy weapons, the power of alien technology. Well, for all of you who didn't know, you're not allowed here in the show, Slender. Yeah, we don't allow anybody that creates strife among children. Something here from, oh, yeah, you got some didgeridoo. The didgeridoo. Yeah, you're going to do that tonight? That's good. I like her. She's good. Thank you. Yeah, we always play some music, and I've got 2 really amazing instrumentation groups tonight. Excuse me, but let me push this away. Thanks. We have an amazing Painted Black tribute tonight at 10 o'clock by a guy named Jamie Dupois. And he is going to play a harp guitar. That's pretty cool. And then we've got the most beautiful didgeridoo player in the world, Stamasuri. Exciting stuff tonight. Thank you. Good, healthy fun, right? Push that horse out of there. DARPA plays the harp antenna. Oh, there you go, Max. I didn't know you were up this late. Wow. Did you finish watching the news? Trump respects our troops. No, he sells them to the Saudi Arabians. And, you know, I have yet to find, last week on Wednesday, I looked in the budget to find the $1 billion that Donald Trump said the Saudi Arabians paid us for the troops that we have there. I couldn't find it anywhere. I don't know, I'm going to throw this out there, but do you think that Donald Trump pocketed the $1 billion that Saudi Arabia gave us for our troops? I'm just throwing it out there. You think? Since you Trump people don't even support the idea that Trump is making money in the White House, even though he makes money hands over fist. Yeah, you may want to rethink that. He probably pocketed the money. Look at this space-based weapon that Max just showed us. High tech, but it's very realistic. This could be exactly what's up there right now. Oh, yeah. It was not lame. Okay, Antique said, I'm not going to worry about the virus until I see dead bodies. Well, coming from you, Ann, considering you see dead fish, you're the guy that sends all the pictures of dead fish and dead birds to us. Yeah, unless you see dead people washing up on the shores, why even worry about it? Good point. Yeah. You figure if they're dropping like flies, they're going to be floating all over the ocean. They float around the Ganges River, you know. People put their loved ones in the Ganges to go back to eternity. And they ended up floating around and end up bumping up against them when they're washing. Oh, it's okay. It is just Uncle Charles. No problem. He's with the gods. Okay, y'all gonna do something for China? Y'all will raise nobody has a GoFundMe page for China right now. Please don't take that as an opportunity to go get money. But have you seen any official Chinese GoFundMe pages to help the poor people of, Wuhan? I haven't. Notice nobody's popularizing this good idea, Dave. Thanks. Nobody's profiting from this. It's how strange. Maybe it's real. Because when it's unreal, you always see GoFundMe pages pop up. So now I'm beginning to believe this is a real event. When I saw the streets of Wuhan completely empty a couple days ago, it was real. I mean, I'd show you that video again, but I'm afraid I can't do that right now. I'm too busy not getting worried. But yesterday we looked at the chaos in the city after the city lockdown. It's terrible.
又打来我，又打来我，你看这多人呐！伟大的习总书记了，你看看这习总书记，你看看这武汉人呐，连看病都看不了啊！习总书记，
这是在打针的现场。
A dying man is dropping out all his money, but no one took the money because it's infected. This is not a Chinese auction. These people are dying in the streets. Yeah, it's pretty bad. This is an auction. This is the Antique Roadshow.
A Rolex watch that I had purchased while I was in military. I was stationed, but it says $345 a night.
That's a different video. Yeah, I never added that to the list. I think I left it out. Yeah, I'm going to put it in there. Last night I was running out of videos to play in the evening, so I threw on my FEMA camp loop. I might run that again tonight. That was pretty interesting. It gets right into an Alex Jones story, you know, where he starts talking about the FEMA camps. Yeah, I don't know if I should scare people, you know. I may not do that. Prior to this coronavirus, our tariffs already increased beyond 25%. That's been reported by both right and the left. Yeah, they're up around 30%, our tariffs are, on both sides. Oh, Donald Trump is stopping trade with China prior to this virus, yeah. David, can you play the song bodies as a tribute to everyone? What are the song bodies? Everyone who died of the virus, what is that? The song bodies. I've never seen that. I'll do tableau, talking body, drowning pool bodies. I don't see any song bodies. The song is called Bodies? Oh, okay, the song Bodies. Okay. Let's take a look. So it's called Drowning Pool? Okay. Well, in the interest of fair use, I'll play that tonight. Thank you. But that's not to say I'm not going to play the most beautiful didgeridoo and, of course, the amazing harp guitar by Jamie Dupois. Yeah. It's amazing. Donald Trump is caught in his own web of lies. Yeah, okay, we're good. I think we've reached the pinnacle of being concerned. 300,000 people in China will be infected in 10 days. How nice. I mean, that's sad, but I mean, when I say how nice, I mean how terrible. David, a fact about the Antique Roadshow is the fact that the tickets are very expensive. They're not free, and there's no guarantee you'll ever even get your item appraised. Oh, is that how they do it? All right. Thanks for telling me. I didn't know how they made their money. It shows you that when people go to the Antique Roadshow and try to hawk their wares, and that's waste reduction, you know, getting rid of your wasteful stuff in your house. They always tell people their stuff is worth a fortune. And I worked in the business of the antique business for almost a decade, actually, and I can tell you, you never get what you want for what you ask. So, Antique Roadshow, in my opinion, is a little bit deceptive insofar as they say, "Oh, you're going to get this much," and people get all their hopes up, and they don't really get that. Yes, we have always done that in the past. Okay, well, I don't do Larry Sinclair anymore, Howie. Remember, we tried to train you? Yeah. We trained you in the art of sleight of hand, you know, where you imagine that Larry Sinclair's with you, and instead of seeing the video, you start to pleasure yourself. Because we don't understand what your obsession with him is. Yeah, the training video. It's not a training video. It's not a how-to have sex with a former president in a limousine in Gurnee, Illinois. And that's not what it is. Okay, thanks. Extracting a transformation matrix from moving objects in Houdini. What would you like to know? I can Google that information for you. The answer is right in front of you. Simply extrapolate the information from the video. Here, let me get you a link.
Hello everyone, my name is Paweł Rutkowski and welcome in another quick Houdini tutorial. Today we're gonna extract transformation matrix from moving object and...
There is your answer. Thank you for coming in and enjoying the interactive Google experience. Not at all. If you access Google Files, you'll be becoming more knowledgeable of a specific subject. It will not make you completely knowledgeable. But you can say that you're an expert on almost everything. Yeah. I was telling a person the other day that I'm an expert on almost everything. I am.
What do I do?
Don't do anything, Joe. You're having another embolism. David, say FEMA. I'm losing my buzz. Okay, dude. Don't forget, like, the FEMA camp could come and take you away, dude. For sure. Yeah, so we're trying to deal with all the realities, the contingencies, and every possible formula. The deathmobiles are waiting for people to be hauled into the deathmobiles, but they won't be harvesting their organs. They'll simply be sending them to the morgue. And I hate to be so dispassionate about this, but if you start freaking out right now and actually having a brain, you'll kill the joy of life. Yeah. And some of you just want to have nothing going on in your head, and you've got icons on YouTube you can hang out and spend time with. Not me.
Hey, do you ever wonder, like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever, like, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
Taiwan is getting smashed at minus 5.44%. Okay, whatever that means, dude. Yeah, I'm not sure what you're talking about or whatever you're saying. Like, am I supposed to think? I don't know. Whatever. You know, the mindset of a lot of people really has condensed down to just, what's for dinner? Are there any cool games on the show? Or, like, anybody playing basketball or whatever? Want to get some cigs? You know, that's the common conversation in America today. So why have a thought when everyone else is just, like, waiting to be infected, you know? Really, aren't you wasting your time thinking? And, you know, you're burning extra calories you don't need by thinking. Your body actually uses calories when you think. If you just stop thinking, think of how much you won't even have to eat. Just sit there and go, Yeah, macaroni and cheese forever, for sure, dude. Yeah, so I think it's becoming more obvious that the less you do, the more you experience fun in your life. So many people have decided to stop working in America. That's why our unemployment rate is at 45%. When our president thinks it's at 3.5. What a joke. That's why all the homeless people are laying in tents, sitting there in their own defecant, because they're not unemployed. They're not counted as being unemployed. They're homeless, but they're not unemployed according to the unemployment stats. For sure. Science has proven that more you masturbate, the smarter you are, and you burn more calories. Yeah, the idea is to not burn calories. Save yourself for the flu. Whatever you do, this is an important thing. Don't forget this. Do not masturbate when you have the flu. You will end up losing blood to valuable areas of your body fighting infection. It'll drain into your genitalia. I know it sounds like an odd thing to say, but bear in mind, you need to conserve your energy. Don't do it. That could put you over the edge. Okay, I think we covered all the territory of your future doing nothing. And a man believed to have the coronavirus in Toronto showed symptoms on a flight, and they got hauled out of his place. So this Toronto thing could be growing in numbers. We don't have any other confirmation except somebody who came in our room who said they think they have contracted the disease, insane Canadian. I can't tell you how much of that we know.
Public health officials say a man who is presumed to be Canada's first case of coronavirus showed symptoms on a flight to Pearson Airport. Officials are now working to track down some of the passengers of the China Southern Airlines flight. It arrived from China on Wednesday. The man in his 50s went to hospital the next day and remains at Sunnybrook Hospital in isolation. Dr. Theresa Tam, Canada's chief public health officer, spoke about how federal officials are working to limit the spread of the virus.
that although we now have a case in Canada, the risk to Canadians remains low. We are aware that the number of cases are increasing in China, but there are very few exported cases. Person-to-person spread has been reported in close contacts.
Canada's Health Minister Patty Hajdu says Canada is implementing lessons learned from the SARS outbreak 17 years ago.
You know that the province of Ontario informed the Public Health Agency of Canada that they had a case of the novel coronavirus. The patient, who had recently returned from Wuhan, China, is isolated and under care. And pending confirmation by Canada's National Microbiology Laboratory, which is expected to complete the testing within the next 24 hours.
Oh, yeah, she looks healthy. Yeah, I mean, that's enough pace makeup to cover flu symptoms. I mean, really. Oh, she's giving me so much more confidence in the Canadian Ministry of Health.
This represents the first case of novel coronavirus in Canada. We're working actively to limit the spread of the virus. I've been communicating with my colleague, Minister Elliott from Ontario, as well as my other counterparts across the country.
Sunny.
She looked like a sick Democrat. Oh, you think all Democrats look sick? Well, you just hate Democrats, don't you? Final Dream. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of you just despise Democrats. We believe this was a propaganda video from China saying everything's fine, you're getting better. We played that last night. I really don't want to play propaganda videos. This is footage from the Wuhan Chinese government doesn't want you to see. Let's take a look. Scared crap out of me. And listen to the gunshots in the background. This is about 2 days ago. If you're going to San Francisco, make sure you have a condom in your pants. You're getting scared shiftless? Dave, tell us about the FEMA camps. Well, wouldn't you rather find out about all the people fleeing totalitarian violence in China? How could you do this? You want us to die. F this. Give us oxygen supplies right now. These people are pissed off, as anyone would be. You know, there's no racial division when it comes to life and death. I mean, we all act the same way when we don't get services. Believe it or not, it's not that dissimilar for people living in North Korea as it is for people in America. We all have propaganda on the television, just like in North Korea. We all have the illusion we're the greatest nation in the world, just like North Korea, ironically. Yeah, I mean, in North Korea, apparently they don't have any laws against marijuana. People smoke marijuana all the time. Here we have a more authoritarian country that prevents that or tries to prevent that. They're not doing a good job of it. Yeah, it's people in North Korea or in China, they eat bat soup like they do in some restaurants, and no, they don't do that here in America. We all bleed red, yeah. Well, Final Dream, that seems a little racist. Really, I don't think that's true. Yeah, but, you know, there are subcultures that like certain food items. That's admitted. I mean, white people like white bread, crackers. Black people like chicken. It's very popular among black people. But I don't think what you're saying is true, though. Yeah, well, America has a higher number of people in prison than North Korea. We're wasting a total of $26 billion a year on warehousing illegal aliens in our prison system. If we eliminate the illegal aliens from our prison system, except for just hardcore murderers, and send them back home, or even gave them some duty at the border, just putting up the container fence, this is going to take some serious labor, and we could have them down here helping move containers. illegal aliens could then gain access to their home country, we'd save $26 billion a year. That more than enough pays for the $1 billion container fence. I mean, this is a no-brainer. Have illegal aliens put these containers in position. 30 guys can move one container with gloves on, and as long as they don't put their feet under the container. Okay, well, it happens, okay? There are isolated incidences where people get stabbed over a chicken sandwich. Whatever. But there are a lot of people, white bread people, that kill each other over crackers. And you know that's true. In Korea, the people are happy? Oh, yeah, I know. I don't believe that. The average person in Pyongyang doesn't live better than the average American because there are only about 12 people living in Pyongyang. And they all have very nice lives. They only allow 12 people in that city. So your numbers may be right, but that's not a comparison. Why did the USA not bomb any concentration camps during World War II? Well, because there were people in the concentration camps, and if they bombed them, they would kill innocents. Hello? Duh! From the guy that knows 3 languages, formerly 5 languages. I'm not racist at all. I've accused black people of being racist, though. I will admit that. And I've accused white people of being racist, too. I don't have a racial barrier as to call people racist. Anybody can be racist. You're bat crazy now. Yeah. Well, I'm glad we're in a better mood now. That's what I came here for. So that, I wanted to bring a little lightheartedness to a very serious and dire situation.
I can't talk.
What do I do? Well, you can smoke a doobie like Elon, where it's so fake it's real. Doobie doobie doo, doo doo doobie 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 doobie. Hey, one of those things I talk about on Wasteful Wednesday is how wasted some of you are. Smoking marijuana during the show, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Yeah. I'm sure Chinese restaurants are going to be serving bat soup pretty soon. Yeah. Okay. David's view of a glow-stick electro music festival event. Really? Yeah, you have a choice between laughing or crying. You're going to laugh. I hear you. Well, I like Sarah's attitude. Just live life as though nothing's going to happen and don't worry about it. I like that. Well, I did step on an ant once. I will admit I did kill the ant from the weight of my body, but I spent years repenting for it. There's a subsect of Hindus, the Jains, that believe that if you kill any insect, you're hurting one of your relatives. That's not to say much about your relatives. They're all insects. Well, weed is helping a lot of people, and as you can see, nobody's ever died of it, except maybe there might be a few isolated cases where people get into a big pile of concentrated THC. Okay. Pyongyang has a population of 2.87 million. Yeah, right, sure. Uh-huh. How come they don't have any lights on at night in Pyongyang? The city's like almost completely unlit. Especially with the new technology of LED. You'd think they'd have LED lights in Pyongyang. They don't pop up on satellite at night. I know they're referring to insects being our ancestors who've been reincarnated as insects, but who wants their ancestors to be a roach or a fly? I mean, you'd want to have them elevated to something great, I would think, like a mongoose or a rat even. Your uncle is a rat as opposed to a roach. That's a step up. Hello. Hello, welcome to the show. My name is David Sponheim. I am an online chatter. How are you? Well, the people of DPR ought to get down and do some LED lighting to make it so that people can see at night. I wonder if this will spread to North Korea, in that North Korea doesn't allow anybody into their country. Wouldn't that be something if the whole world was facing a massive global pandemic and North Korea is all standing and smiling and are very proud? I mean, the only country that limits immigration to the point where no one can come into their country. Donald Trump just brought 195 people into the country that don't have any symptoms now, but that's not to say they won't have symptoms in 10 days. The incubation period is up to 14 days on this coronavirus. Scary, isn't it?
我要死了！
那查到那一个左去走的，左去跑的，拿上车的。
武汉不让我们回去，湖北全省封的，不让我们回去。你们到处宾馆不让我们住，让我们死在路上。我们在哪里待？
现在举的车子不让过江的啊。
Look at the traffic jam. They all come to a stop. They're letting one car through. Wow.
要是知道蛮好的，要想干活漂亮。
Well, we'll get more gruesome and grueling pictures from Wuhan. I have yet to see anything current, though. These are all 2-3 days old. Anybody have current pictures? Feel free to send them in. Yeah, I saw Asian people wearing masks all the time. It should scare you. You were infected, go to the boiler now. Oh, man. How insane. I'm laughing because it's tragic. You know, this is where tragedy and comedy come in. Well, there's a reason why comedy and tragedy coexist in theater, for instance. Like the kabuki dramas in Japan. Very much comic and tragedy all at once. It's the same concept behind the theater picture, laughing and crying. Yeah, it's almost like human beings, when they get nervous, they start to laugh and giggle. It's the weirdest thing. But aren't you glad I'm not freaking you out? This kind of freaks you out. It's like looking at weird clown faces. You can definitely wear anything you want. Free speech, it's all about, you know, black people can go in white face at my inauguration. Absolutely. Check on that, man. Yeah, kind of like bipolarity. The concept of manic depression. James Carrey suffers from that, right? Yeah, he has manic depression, ups and downs. Jim Carrey. The actor. Yeah, for some reason he's got a slightly different view about things now. He believes he doesn't exist. And that's kind of a strange, you know, shift in his persona. And it's possible he may have changed his face and gotten out of comedy, decided to become political. People are saying, David, are you Jim Carrey? Well, Dave, let it be known that my oil painting sucks. So, and I stopped talking out of my butt. So my comedy career has stopped. So I have to start my new political endeavors. Saturday Night Live, yeah. No, you can't stay at my place. There's no place to stay. Mm-mm. Everywhere around me, it's like mud flats. It's all everywhere. I live on an island virtually surrounded by water, and it's so muddy you can't even park a tent. It's like I'm on stilts. I live in it's a modular home. It's not a trailer. You call it a trailer. Trailers are on, the wheels have been taken off of this thing. Hey, Santa Cruz is the latest U.S. city to decriminalize magic mushrooms. Isn't it amazing? Those of you who are trying to use psilocybin to gain access to your higher powers.
The day began with a protest, one last act of defiance to a problem for which there are no easy answers. The signs said this was the day, and many homeless campers were dismantling the only homes they've known for months, and for some, years. Nathan Brown says the experience has left him feeling empty inside.
Not worth anything. I mean, I don't feel like a human.
The county was out in force today, offering limited services and plastic storage containers. A court ruling said they could not legally close the camp unless they had beds for everyone. But after constructing 30 shelter cabins in another location in Santa Rosa, the camp is being closed, even though there are more than 200 people living in it.
Oh my God. So they're closing down the camp. They've only provided 30 little mini houses in Santa Cruz, but there's 200 people displaced, and they give them plastic bins, one per, to put all their stuff in. It's like, wow. How nice. How giving. And they also want to legalize psilocybin. Yep. The resolution states the investigation and arrest of individuals involved with the adult possession, use, or cultivation of psychoactive plants and fungi listed on the federal Schedule 1 list for personal adult use and clinical research be among the lowest priorities for the city of Santa Cruz. So some people have benefits from psilocybin, I hear. They try it and it helps with their cluster headaches. So there's been some research going on, I believe it's in Nevada right now, looking into that. Homeless, it sounds like you're doing limericks right now. Okay. We used to have a guy who came into our show called Ed, who was homeless living in New Mexico, and Ed was quite a character. He had quite a personality. He even wrote a book, and he died of end-stage lung cancer, unfortunately. And he used to roll his own Bugler cigarettes. The guy lived on $700 a month his entire life. He was raised in foster care, pretty much. And remember Ed? Yeah. Many of you probably remember him, yeah. Ed had this kind of bearish personality, and he kind of yelled at everybody in the room, but we all kind of enjoyed having Ed with us. He literally lived, here's Ed. I know. He literally lived in that setup. He was a chatter in our room for 3 or 4 years. Ed was quite a guy, I'll tell you. $750 doesn't go very far. He got 4 motel rooms in 1 month at like $80 a pop. That's like $320. Leaving him with about $400 for his dog's food, his own. He ate like a couple of cheeseburgers and a soda at Jack in the Box. That's all he lived on, and he lived under benches. And was his life. And he lived only to be about 46 years old, and he looked older than I do. And here I am, I'll be 60 in April, so yeah. But lucky for you, I have come up with a way of saving, building back my youth and regaining it, so that maybe I could be, the right age to run when you finally realize you need a third-party candidate. So maybe once my age reversal techniques work, by the year 2088, you might be able to, vote for me, and I'll have a new name by then. I'm changing my name to Greta Sponberg. Yeah. By 2088, I'll look like this. How dare you? How dare you, David? How dare you? You don't even care. How dare you? You don't care about anything. How dare you? Oh, sorry. Anyway, nice to meet Ed. We enjoyed his time, and he was a strong proponent of transportation. Yeah, he believed that anybody could be able to drive a car without a license. And the irony is Ed could never ever drive a car because he couldn't afford a car. But he wanted to drive a car in the worst way, and he could never drive a car because he didn't want to get a driver's license because he had mental problems. But he put together a whole book talking about the laws protecting your right to transportation, which cannot be taken away from you. Yeah, I'm not wasting your time, am I? It is Wasteful Wednesday. You know, I was saying earlier that anybody can find a home for next to nothing in America. And I have to give you guys hope that you could find something out there. So what I usually do on Wednesday is take you to Zillow.com and show you what's available for $20,000. Yeah, you're going to be surprised when I take you on this little tour to Springfield, Illinois. Setting the parameters, $20,000. 1 bed, 1 bath. Done. Okay, let's go to Springfield. Look at this beautiful $20,000 house. Oh my God, 3 bedroom, 2 bath, 1,800 square feet. This is not bad. Look at backyard, side yard. Beautiful little tree there, little grove. You can turn your head so you can see it. That's pretty cool. $19,900. Isn't that amazing? And that's not a bad area, you know. There's an $18,000 4-bedroom house in a lovely Division Street in Springfield. Yeah. Isn't it like a storybook life? For $18,000, you can have a nice place to live. I don't know about the murder rate. I could go to Trulia and find that out. Let me go to Trulia. Trulia has more crime statistics. Trulia is a division of Zillow.com. Trulia. And they'll tell you exactly what's happening in that area. Set the price at $20,000. There's that same house. These are all really nice, decent houses for $20,000. I'm telling you, Springfield, Illinois. I'm looking for crimes. Well, that's weird because I haven't seen it in a while. Yeah, I'm not. Let me look at one house in particular. Sometimes it's down here. Local information, school crime, right here. Okay, first of all, this house is $20,000. This is your neighborhood. Not so bad. Streets are decent. They're still paved. You know? And then down here you look at the crime statistics. Let's take a look. Okay, yeah, high crime relative. Yeah, vandalism, shoplifting, theft. All these dark colors where your house is, it tells you where the crime is. And when you zoom out and you look for a house, you want to go to a low crime area. Right. But essentially that's how to do it. Trulia.com. So if you are looking for crime issues, just click on any one of those links and Trulia is the way to go. Let's take a look at this one. This is only $10,000, this house. Seriously. That's impossible. Really? That's a pretty decent area. Let's take a look at the crime level. That's amazing. See, there you go. That's one of the no crime areas. See that? For $10,000, how can you lose? Do you want a link to this? Anyone want a house for $10,000 in a nice area in Springfield? Okay. Oh, chicken thighs and bacon grease. That's cool. Yeah, here, check the link out, Max. You may want to investigate this. That was odd, I know. Have you... It would make a nice summer place for you, yeah. I mean, that's a decent street, and that's in the nice area. It's probably a bank repo, yeah. There are lots of houses there, I'll tell you, in Illinois. Well, the thing about Illinois is you are closer to major cities, so you're not completely disconnected from the world around you. You're south of Peoria, north of St. Louis. It's kind of it's very, you're almost within commuting distance to two major areas for jobs. That's why I suggested Springfield, Illinois. Low cost houses and possibility of work in and around the area. You like this segment? Excellent. You want to look at some more houses, or do you want to look at maybe a trailer? Maybe you might want to move into a trailer. You want Chicago? Okay. Let's go to Trulia.com again and do Chicago. Yeah, see, Wasteful Wednesday, I can do anything I want. Waste reduction is involving, cutting costs of living. Many of you are living in rentals, and some of you like paying like $2,000 a month for a 2-bedroom apartment in LA. That's crazy how pricey things are. $3,000 for a 1-bedroom in New York. Yeah, here you can live for $10,000 total for your house and cut all your losses and have a decent place to live, a little backyard, a storybook lifestyle. Okay, Chicago it is. Chicago, Chicago. We used to have Tech Wall in our room, and he can't get into our show anymore. Yeah, he's been kicked out. Mark kicked out a bunch of our supporters who he won't even let him in. He stopped his IP from coming in. Mark's done a lot of selective knockouts of various people. Some people cannot even get into our show anymore. It's weird. Okay, I'm going to set up max of how much. What do you want to spend in Chicago? Say 30,000. Chi-town, Chicago. Well, 30,000 will get you. Yeah. Well, let's try. The brownstone houses are pretty popular, but this is the thing about Chicago. A brownstone looks like, oh, no big deal, $24,900, right? Just to hit the market. It's got a backyard, disrepair, a lot of work. Let's check the crime. Okay, you're right on the edge of the low crime zone. But in Chicago, look at all the crime, all the dark colors. These are all indications of theft, assault, arrest, vandalism. So with Chicago, you got to find areas that are not very, colorful. So it's right on the edge of the crime area. 24,900 will get you. But the thing about these things is that taxes get you. Chicago's got ridiculously high property taxes. Kobe Bryant's death. Is this normal? We've got another look from 153 News. Technically, you could, Max. You could live in America if you have to stay in Canada more of the year than in America to keep your health care, right? Exactly.
Christina Mauser was the team's assistant coach. Her husband telling me about the life they enjoyed with their 3 children. How difficult was that to tell?
Okay, Kobe Bryant killed in a helicopter crash. This is only 2 or 3 days after. This guy here, his wife, died, one of the 9 victims. He's got 3 children. The first thing you do, obviously, is do an interview like this, because that's all you worry about. You're distraught, you're heartbroken, you're shattered, you've got 3 children, you have to explain the death of their mother. But yeah, you got to get on ABC News to do an interview. But it's hard to imagine how anyone can do that. Like, if it was me, I'd be absolutely distraught. The last thing I want to do is have an interview, but obviously this guy's going to be in tears and broken down, and let's just check how he goes. But, yeah, rubbing his eyes, wearing sunglasses, that's what you do.
Whoa. I'm looking at laughter here. Whoa. Yeah. Well, the telltale sign is the helicopter matches the older version of Kobe's helicopter, not the newly repainted one with the Nike swoosh sign. You know, that little Nike logo on it. The wreckage showed an older helicopter, not Kobe's helicopter. So many people are beginning to think that maybe Kobe faked his own death. Wow, this is crazy. Okay, we'll be playing that a little bit later. That's PK and his analysis of what happened. That was PK. And we've got exploration of an old abandoned house for you from Scissor Fight. Thank you.
1892.
Whoa. 100-year-old abandoned house from 1892. That's amazing. Huh. Everything on the old shop was left to the shelves, full of antiques. That looks like fun. Thank you, Scissor Fight. We'll look at that tonight. I'm not knocking or mocking Kobe. I'm trying to figure out if he really died. Yeah. It's hard to believe that some of these things are happening when the evidence doesn't add up. Okay, we're going to Belmead, Texas, to find something very affordable for homeless Shank. We're going to set it up for $20,000. No, let's go to $10,000 because chances are you'll never get more than $10,000 in your life to buy something. Okay, there's a lot there. You'll have to go to 20,000. No. 30,000. No. Here you go. Waco, Texas. You can live in Waco. Live in Waco. This 2342 Fort Graham Road house, $24,000. Wow, that's nice. I'm impressed. For $24,000? Is this a mobile? It's pretty decent. Not bad, a little work. Looks like a modular that's been need a little tender love and care, you know. Just give it a paint job. Look at that. It's got the ramp for grandma. I'll check the crime rate right now, man. I'll see what's going on there, man. Alright? I'll check it out, man. Crime rate. Let's check it out. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. A beautiful day for neighbors. Will you be mine? Won't you be my criminal neighbor? It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. A beautiful day for neighbors. I don't see anything going on there, man. Nothing. No thefts, no fraud, no burglary, no arrests, no vandalism. Y'all look pretty good there, man. Yeah, I'll give you the link here. You can buy the house. Have them gift wrap it for you. David, how about a cheap hybrid car for like $2,000? Oh, that's an interesting idea. Craigslist. What city? It looks pretty good to me. Yeah, that's a nice place for $24,000. I'll try my city. Hybrid. 32 for hybrids for sale. I'll put lowest price first. You get a bicycle. The lowest priced hybrid is a Toyota Camry hybrid, $3,800 from 2009. This vehicle gets 42 miles per gallon on the highway. It has white paint exterior, repels sun for cooler drives. That is pretty cool for $2,900. Yeah. I don't know, Camry hybrid? Let me see how many miles it's got. 243,000 miles on it. Chances are the battery's gone on it. Yeah, I'm just gonna throw that out there, but yeah, it's a lot. So they might give you a temporary. You know, some of those lots will give you a little refund on your battery if you have a battery failure. There is nothing in the hybrid area lower than 2,900 in my area. That's typically the lowest cost for a hybrid now. Yeah, well, it's an old car. It's at 243,000 miles on it. It's not worth it. Well, a lot of times when you buy a hybrid, Sarah was looking for a car like mine. And as you know, I've been doing this since 2008 when I started the show. And my car, which I drove today, actually, was fantastic. It performs just as great as it did the day I bought it used.
Hi, good morning. As you can see, I'm still wearing the shirt I wore last night and yesterday at Blog TV. It's exhilarating to do Blog TV. We've been having an incredible time. This is in fact day 54.
Yeah, so that was me back in 2008. Thank you, Inventor Jim Genius, for coming in, I guess. Did I ban you? I thought I banned you. Or was it a mute? Okay. Anyway, that's the car. We ended up looking for one like it. I have pinstriping on mine, and we found one right in our area the day I looked. It was like 5 miles away. And somebody was buying a Honda CRZ. Yeah, I missed the CRZ for $5,000, yeah. Somebody was buying a Honda CRZ and replacing Sarah's. So we picked up one for Sarah, and the guy wanted $5,000, and I said, you know, it's 14 years old at the time when we bought it. I said, the guy wanted $5,000, so I offered him $3,500, and he took it. Then I knew there was something going on, wrong. Ironically, the vehicle lasted initially for a short time, but the battery went out. So we bought a new battery for that vehicle. It cost about $2,000, so we were into it for $5,500. But it gets 45 miles per gallon. Here's her car. Her car doesn't have the pinstriping down the side like mine does. I have a 5-speed, and she has a CVT transmission, continuous variable transmission. But they're sweet. Jay Leno said that these would be a collector's item. Oh, thank you. I look 40. Oh, that's very nice of you. Yeah. Well, the key to not aging or to reverse aging is to spray fruit enzyme on your face all the time, like I do. The other factor involved is you have to start relaxing. Yeah. You can't live life stressed out. You have to do more enjoyable things to make you feel better. And this is especially true now with the flu virus spreading. All of you need to realize that the most important thing in your life is time, not money. Eating right is very important. That's right, Anita. But why was there magnesium alloy on Kobe's helicopter? Let's take a look at these stories that keep spinning out here. I got a couple more minutes left. What happens to the Kobe copter? Oh, this was just before he died, or allegedly died. He'll be renting it a lot less. This was a story about how he didn't rent it. So you can see it was a darker color, and it was essentially, it looked like it had been painted properly.
You take the red pill, you stay in Wonderland, and I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes.
Kobe helicopter crash element used for event. Whoa. Okay, they're going deep. Research is popping up about Kobe. We already know that the crash site showed a color different than the color of his copter. So that's going to be something we'll be bringing you tonight in our show. French oil giant ranked as a climate leader the same week it's sued for climate negligence. Huh. This is how the cap and trade legislation that Greta stands for and that George Soros is pushing. This is how this whole thing devolved into no longer seeing real, honest, ethical corporations out there. That's why cap and trade will never work. There are too many cheaters. You have a criminal background, so it's hard for you to find a place to stay. Okay, well, what you need to do is find a way of saving some money. And there are people that are squatting in the woods. Yeah, there are people that live in woods right now in areas that are not really even covered with park rangers. I mean, there's ways of doing it. You don't have to live in an inner city situation. There are options. There are a lot of places. Yeah. Okay. Ginger is just saying negative things about Kobe because he feels, he felt that Kobe Bryant was a rapist. Yeah. So he's just angry at the rapist aspect. Well, I think we've reached the end of our job. No jobs in Waco? Yeah, there's no more jobs at that place. The gun battle occurred with the FBI and all those bikers. Yeah, you can't even get a job there as a waitress. That's right. His alleged rape. That's right. Now, inventor Jim Genius, where is this Kobe caught red-handed in some terrorist plot against American citizens? Come on, inventor, you're coming up with nonsense. We don't have any evidence of that. We're not taking your guns away. I don't support gun control like the Democrats. Okay, R.I.P. Let's R.I.P. Kobe. We love you, Kobe. Oh, yes, we do. We're very sadly upset about the whole thing, but it doesn't add up. That's why we have about 4 videos we're going to be playing you tonight about Kobe. Is this normal? Let's go right into it right now. Okay, thank you everybody for coming into our show. Really big show. We bring you a daily show ending on 5 hours of live entertainment and 3 hours of video backup. Enjoy your evening. Cut your own costs as much as possible. Try to stay indoors during this time period. Don't go out to restaurants a lot. Don't take chances touching things in public. And try to train yourself not to touch your hands to your face. Yeah, I did it tonight, and I got to train myself because you don't know who's contagious at any given time. Yep. This show is like a fine wine to some people. They savor the moments in our show and enjoy every minute of it, and I appreciate the viewership. So it's been a long time coming, but we keep coming along like a slow train, you know? It doesn't stop. Can't stop, we won't stop. So I anticipate I'll be broadcasting through the epidemic, and even if I am on the way out, I'll probably be delivering my show from the confines of my hospital bed, and you can guarantee I'll be doing as much as I can to help America. Thank you so much for coming into the show, everyone. I'm so glad we could have this time to chat. But no, that's pretty weird. Yeah. But this is an ongoing effort to create awareness for a third party in the middle of the political spectrum. We'll be doing a pandemic cast every day now until we finally see this fizzle out. I hope it will, like SARS. I have confidence it'll slowly wrap around. the prognosis of 65 million people dead that Bill Gates is talking about, it begs the question, is Bill Gates behind this? You got to wonder. He prophesized that this would happen, and he's one of the primary patent holders on the coronavirus strain. Isn't that weird? So we'll be investigating that more and more. And of course, we're still waiting on Donald Trump to get, he may even be called to the witness stand. Wouldn't that be something if the Republicans actually put Donald Trump on the witness stand? That's not going to happen. But it would be interesting to see if the Republicans are going to completely stonewall this procedure and not allow witnesses at all. Chief Justice Roberts could call witnesses if he does what's good for him, because this is going to look like a kangaroo court, or worse, a total sham trial. And that's exactly what would lose elections for the Republicans well into the future. They'd pretty much be snuffing their party out, putting it out for good, if they don't allow witnesses. All right, Mr. Wright signing off. Take care, everyone. Good night.
My feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt. Oh, my Mr. Right, too good. Just turn my world around, cause you're the peace I find. If you sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt. Oh, my Mr. Right, too good.